Right, kia ora koutou katoa. Morning, everybody. Day 4 of this riveting hearing. Anita, I understand that you're going to karakia for us. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Commissioner David Hill. I ngā iwi, i ngā reo, i ngā mana, kua tae mai nei i tēnei rā, i raro i te tūnei, o tēnei te whare o te kaumihera, o ngā roto o Rotorua, nau mai, haere mai. Ki ngā mate o te wā, tātou e haere atu ki tū o Pairau, ki te pukenga nui o Tāwauau, tangihia o tātou aitua, kia tau ai te āhuatanga ki a rātou mā. Tātou e ora nei, e whiri nei, ngā whakaro, ki te wā e tū mai nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Welcome everyone to the committee room today for the hearings. I'm going to open today with a karakia. Ka tira, me hiri hiri tātou. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mākinakina ki uta, kia mātaratara ki tāu. Kia hiake ana te ātākura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu te hei mauri ora. Tūtawa mai runga, tūtawa mai raro, tūtawa mai roto, tūtawa mai waho. Kia tau ai, te manaakitanga, ki runga ki tēnā o tātou, e hui mai nei i tēnei rā tai atu ki te mutunga o te rā nei. Tūturu whakamaua ki a tīna, haumi e hui e, tāe ki e. Kia ora.
Right, I don't have any preliminaries. Has council got anything that you want to go back? All right, in that case, we'll proceed with the order of business. And first up, Mr. Swallow, thank you, and Regional Council. Bay of Plenty, that is. Waikato afterwards. Right, and we obviously have read your legal subs and also your witnesses, so over to you.
Yes, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Nick Swallow. I'm the legal counsel for the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. I have with me Lucy Holden, the Regional Council's planning witness, Mark Iverme, the natural hazards witness, and behind me, Anna Mackay, the engineering witness. I do have a couple of additional legal points I'd like to talk you through. I have typed up those notes, which I'll distribute afterwards so you can peruse them at a later time. Miss Lucy Holden will address you on a couple of matters arising on planning issues as well. And I'll just jump into those supplementary legal points now. I'm going to talk about the two issues that are key to the Regional Council case, flood hazards and geothermal matters. On flooding hazards, you recall that Regional Council witnesses and the Lakes Council staff were effectively on the same page in relation to flood hazard provisions, other than in one regard, which was in relation to off-site effects of flooding. And I can confirm that the Section 42A report changes satisfy the Regional Council, so we are aligned with the recommendations in the Section 42A addendum with those changes that have been made. The only other point I'll address very quickly in relation to flooding is in relation to the Waikanae decision. And I had the ability to watch my friend for the Lakes Council present on that topic. I endorse her submissions on that case. The Waikanae decision in my submission is not a surprising one. It's simply an application of Section 80E and the requirements to use related provisions. So in that case, the fact that a heritage site was added when it was perhaps preferable to have done it at an earlier iteration of that plan, you can see that there's a disconnect with Section 80E because it wasn't in support of the MDRS nor consequential on it. And my primary submissions talk about why there is that sufficient tie back for qualifying matters in relation to flood hazards. Put simply, hazards are a risk, and increasing the numbers of people that can live and develop in residential zones through the MDRS increases that risk. So there is that tie back. The additional point I'd make today is that Section 80E and related provisions also apply to Policy 5, and the same logic around your scope to use related provisions applies there in my submission. Put simply, flooding is a risk. Policy 5 broadly enables intensification, and so by intensifying, the risk increases. So I would submit to you that whether it's for the MDRS or as a result of Policy 5, there is that necessary tie back to the power and the discretion to use related provisions.
So you wouldn't agree with Mr. Whittington yesterday, who was very clear that the decision was wrong?
Well, I don't say that Waikanae was wrong. In fact, I say it's an obvious application of Section 80E and the constraints. All that I'm saying is that it's rather obvious that adding a heritage site is a bit of an add-on that's disconnected from Section 80E. So, of course, you as decision makers have to be satisfied that there is that tie back. Waikanae is simply Section 80E writ large, in other words. But I would add, as my friend for Lakes Council did, that another factor that distinguishes Waikanae over and above the point I've just made is that Section 80E subsection 2 expressly provides for related provisions around stormwater management. And as my friend suggested to you, that is an important distinguishing factor, and the fact that the RMA provides for it simply isn't addressed in Waikanae, and I would suggest that the operation of the RMA should take precedence to the extent Waikanae clashes with Section 80E2. Unless there are other questions on the flooding topic, I'll move quickly to geothermal. Thank you. In terms of geothermal, as with the flooding topic, the Lakes Council, per the Section 42A, and the Regional Council were effectively on the same page. The difference between the two councils was that witnesses for the Regional Council sought to give Rule NHR8 more teeth, specifically by requiring any recommendations made in an assessment of geothermal risk to be implemented and followed on an ongoing basis. In relation to that evidence and others, staff in the Section 42A addendum added wording, and I'll read this, that says the building consent application shall be consistent with the recommendations of the report to mitigate hazard risk from geothermal hazards. So the Regional Council recognises that that is effectively trying to give that provision some more teeth. I do have a concern with the way that wording is framed, given the limits in the Building Act. So again, it says that the application, the building consent application, shall be consistent with the recommendations of the report. Now, you have a legal opinion in the Section 42A report that says the Building Act is limited. I would add to that that the Building Act is generally tightly constrained around what matters can and cannot be considered, and in three important ways. The first is that the Building Act cannot be more restrictive than the Building Code. That's Section 18 of the Act. Secondly, there are very tightly constrained abilities to impose conditions on resource consents. So unlike the RMA, where you generally speaking have a broad ability to impose conditions, you have to fall within one of the express powers in the Building Act, and I would suggest, and I've covered this off, there are no abilities to impose conditions on this issue. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, there's limited ability to decline a building consent, and if it complies with the building code, the building consent must be granted, which is Section 49 of the Act. So my point in raising that is that I do have a concern with the idea of imposing these recommendations through the building consent application. I've just raised this informally with Assembling for the Lakes Council. I believe it could happen in parallel with the building consent process, but it cannot be shoehorned into that process because of the limits of the Building Act. So my simple point there is either that wording needs to be amended to deal with that limit to the Building Act, or the Regional Council's evidence to give that rule a bit more teeth is preferable to the wording as it currently is framed.
Just on that one, I mean, in the event that council comes back with a different form of wording, I'm assuming that they will share that with you because you won't be coming back, so that we get some concurrence on it.
Yeah, there's pretty good lines of communication between the two councils, as you would expect.
Yep.
The final point I'd make is more for your assistance. Commissioner Van Voorth has raised the timing of the need for a land use consent coming up through the Building Act process. I have set out in my written supplementary submission Section 37 of the Building Act, which is expressly designed to regulate the interaction between building consents and resource consents. How it works in a nutshell, if you don't know already, is that where a building consent identifies the need for a resource consent, and that resource consent materially interacts with the building work in question, then the building consent authority, in this case the Lakes Council, issues a certificate to halt that building work in part or full. Conversely, where the resource consent doesn't interact with that building work, the building work proceeds and the resource consent follows in a separate process. The processes are still separate, of course. So a good way to envisage this is the example of if you build into a side yard, the Building Act will say, well, you need a resource consent. Clearly, there's an interaction between getting a consent to build into that side yard and the building work in question. So the certificate issues and the building work is halted. Conversely, if you imagine you're building a house in one corner of a section and you have a protected tree in the far corner of that section, there isn't that interaction between the two situations. The building consent cannot prevent that building work continuing. The two things are separate. So I just raised that to note that there is a mechanism to deal with that issue. It is a very common thing in my experience for building consent applications to identify resource consent matters. Section 37, if there's that interaction, will operate to halt that building work so the resource consent process can effectively catch up. So that's how that would work. I thought I'd just set that out for your awareness.
And that's helpful. I guess my question back to you is, that's fine where you've got a black and white issue with respect to interaction, where there's a discretion to determine whether something in actual fact has been achieved or not. That's a different, sort of slightly different matter, isn't it?
You mean in terms of the recommendations of the report?
Yeah, where someone has to evaluate whether or not something's been met or not. It's not quite as hard a line as.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I mean, it would really depend on how that report was framed and that sort of thing. I suspect that a lot of this interaction with the building consent and resource consent, and also I guess whether the recommendations have been met, are probably matters of expert judgment, which I think hopefully would be clarified through the practice note that there's been some discussion of. But generally, it's perhaps no different from any recommendations in resource consent reports where you need to make a judgment call what the recommendation means, whether it has been implemented or not, which is, I would suggest, fairly run-of-the-mill normal interaction for council officers to have to assess.
I might be asking the same question the chair just did, but it's sort of in my head a different way, so we'll see how we go. I take your point about the recommendations not being required to be implemented. The question in my mind is, I mean, you may not have come across this. We certainly, well, no, we all have, where experts disagree, right? The same set of data. We've seen this through this process. Experts disagree on the conclusion. So, in terms of requiring the recommendation to be implemented, okay, that kind of makes sense. But what if there's disagreement over what those recommendations are, which might have been what the chair was saying? How do you resolve that? You know, or does that mean that the person that's applying for the consent, I might start to answer my own question, does not even put that report forward? How do you resolve that?
I think in some respects that's almost an issue that sits behind either the Building Act or the Resource Management Act, is ensuring that the people who are delivering these reports are suitably qualified or experienced. And I guess there are mechanisms to do that. Whether or not that sort of answers your concern or addresses it, I think, again, that might tie back to the practice note or, for example, some of the certification requirements that I'm aware of some councils having for engineers. So geotech engineers have to be familiar with local conditions, for example, to be able to, I guess, able to submit the reports. But I'm conscious that that's sort of not really the regional council's case, and also not really, you know, perhaps, if you want to put it that way, something that this hearing panel perhaps can sort of rule on, because it's really about processes behind the scenes.
Yeah.
There might be ways to sort of build that into a rule, your SQEP type situation. But again, I'll probably defer to the Lakes Council and leave that discussion for you and them to have, because it's a bit outside the regional council's sort of case, if you want.
Thank you.
Yeah, certainly accept that the practice note is going to be really important. I just wonder, is that practice note likely to materialise in the next sort of couple of months, or is it a long way away?
Changes of the law, which is perhaps a few months.
Okay.
It is going to be a big job.
Yes. No, I'm aware it will be a very big job. It's just it would give us the confidence to because we're really relying on that to actually fill any gaps that there might be, and it would be quite nice if we could maybe even see a draft of that before we get to a point of recommendation, so that we can head that off, just to put some pressure on you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Well, look, if there are no further questions from me, I'll hand over to Ms. Holden. Oh, sorry, one more.
Just in terms of rule NHR8, it would seem to me that the solution in Ms Holden's evidence is cleaner from my perspective, because it doesn't mix up the resource consenting process with the building act process. And so the resource consenting process is self-contained, and the report is done in terms of the geothermal hazard, and then the resource consent application must give effect to that. So cleaner and simpler. I just wanted to ask, is that still the Regional Council's preferred relief, the relief outlined in Ms Holden's evidence?
Well, I'm aware that Ms Holden will be speaking to that exact point, so I might defer to her. In terms of the legal side of things, look, I think provided the rule is certain and workable, then there's generally broad scope, I would suggest, for yourselves to make a decision on where to land. I think ultimately that's probably a matter for yourselves to decide whether it's sufficiently clean, or whether, you know, I understand the rationale, and I don't want to get too far into what Ms Holden will say, is to sort of dovetail in with Building Act processes, which again is probably a matter best addressed for the Lakes Council. But, you know, if there's a way to sort of achieve that dovetailing and be, you know, sufficiently clean in your terms, then there might be sound reasons to go in that direction. But equally, you could go in the direction of the cleaner RMA-based focus on it all. I'd suggest that's really a matter of discretion for yourselves to land on the right approach.
So Ms Holden, is it still your preferred approach, the approach outlined in your evidence?
No. I do address that. I had some notes to read. Would you like me to?
I just thought you could have a simple yes or no.
We are keen to support Rotorua Lakes Council in applying the MDRS in the city. The issue is that the Rotorua geothermal overlay covers a really large portion of the city. And if we said, oh, look, there's a potential hazard here, it shouldn't be permitted, then that's going to exclude MDRS from a really big area of the city. And that's how we came about with this proposed rule in HR8. I also do acknowledge that it is an unusual permitted rule. It does stretch the boundaries of the permitted rule, I think. But in trying to keep it permitted and keep that enabling sort of the MDRS within most of, you know, a large part of the city, that's where we sort of, so yes, what I've written in my evidence, I would still back that, but I do acknowledge that it is quite a stretch of a permitted rule.
Yeah. So I've just written down yes.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I just sort of wanted to preface that with how we got to that. And
yeah. Okay. Thanks.
So was that Mr. Swan?
That's it for me, if there's any further questions.
Do we need, no, do we have any further questions? Right. Well, you've really summarised where you're at. Do we need to hear from your two witnesses?
Certainly not. The other two are just here to answer questions if you had any around natural hazards or engineering. Whether, Lucy, did you want to sort of address anything that you haven't just spoken to?
I guess additional to what I was saying is the issue of the trigger for requiring a consent. If we did require a consent, I think it is appropriate for that consent to be restricted discretionary, because there are limited matters to consider. I'm not sure about it being controlled, because that doesn't give you the ability to decline the consent. There may be some sites where it's not appropriate to intensify or put more buildings on that site. So that's where you've got that ability to decline a consent. The other issue I couldn't sort of get an answer on is what the trigger would be. I know that Ms. Tate for Kāinga Ora wanted the trigger to be if there's a geothermal hazard identified on the site. But when does a hazard become a hazard? If most properties within the geothermal overlay have some warm ground or some steam coming out.
I'm not going to trees and forests. Yes.
Yeah, is that a hazard or is it not? And so therefore potentially that whole overlay is restricted discretionary.
I mean, not to be too fine a point on it, but we're really equivocating on risk, aren't we, rather than hazard? I mean, hazard exists. It's the risk that we're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, but that fits in with it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's, it defaults to RDI is the geothermal. Just a couple of points from me is the wording in the policies and the rules use a number of terms that aren't defined in the district plan, including residual risk. Now, I can't recall, does the regional policy statement or the regional natural resources plan define residual risk in a manner that's understandable and of use to a decision maker?
Not in the context of natural hazards.
Right, okay.
I believe that addition came from the Rotorua Regional Council. So you may want to pose that question of them too.
Do you think between the two of you that it's possible to come up with a definition of residual risk that's understandable to a lay person and of use to a decision maker?
In the context of natural hazards, yes, we have begun those discussions and have found a New Zealand standard which could support that.
Yeah, I would be quite interested to see what that wording might look like. It would just take some uncertainty out of the process going forward if all the decision makers knew what they were having to look at in terms of residual risk. Now, in terms of rule NHR4, the flooding rule, I thought that NHR4 2.2.b Romans 1 and 2 was very hard to understand, so I've done a redrafting of that in my own volition and provided that wording to Ms. Smith. I'd be very happy for both of you to have a look at that wording and see if you think it's more easily understood than the wording that's in the addendum provision. So happy for you to do that, and then just either let Ms. Smith know, and then she can in reply say whether or not you're all on the same page in that regard. But one question I did have, in terms of the references to freeboard, flooding freeboard, is it desirable to express a minimum freeboard, like so that the default or the minimum is 300 mils above the flood level, rather than just leaving that open-ended? Would that be a useful improvement? Okay.
Nations, and so some of those models will have a lower freeboard. And then there's different components that the regional council adds versus what the district council adds. So it's better to apply that on a model by model basis rather than having a standard.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. The chair was just saying that makes it very open to discretion, and but your position is it's not a good.
I mean, my point on that would be this is framed as a performance standard. Well, this isn't. It's not even barely a narrative standard, let alone a performance standard.
I suppose I would support there being a minimum, but there are cases where, you know, for example, a bow wave from a car driving past can be up to 300 mils. So that's using your minimum standard already.
Mm-hmm.
And there might be, you know, catchment conditions that make the model more or less sensitive to assumptions or upper catchment works. So I think that we're narrowing down in places where we might not have the confidence to meet a 300 mil freeboard. For example, there's a catchment where we've recommended 600 freeboard.
Yeah.
And so if there's no mechanism for us to adjust based on the data that we have available, you know, we could be setting ourselves up for risk.
But a minimum is a minimum, doesn't it? So if site-specific conditions dictate a higher freeboard, then I presume that would apply. So you said you would support a minimum, did you?
I would support a minimum as long as there's a mechanism for us to go above that.
Yeah, yeah. So what would that number be?
I would probably go with 300 based on the Building Act and having that foundation.
Look, I'm happy with the chair's indulgence for you to give that some more thought, to liaise with the district council staff and come up with some wording that establishes a minimum that's sensible, so to give some certainty going forward, but then enables it to be increased or potentially decreased as the situation dictates. And if you could come up jointly with some wording for us to consider, that would be helpful.
That sounds like a reasonable process.
Yep, thanks. That's right. Good point.
I should probably share that. I was just saying, I don't think a minimum can be decreased. There seems a logical fallacy there, but anyway, yeah.
More final point of detail. I'm looking at NHND1. You got that in front of you? You too? So I'm looking at NHND1 to C. And again, Ms. Holden, this is something you addressed in your pre-circulated evidence. I wonder if there's scope for improving that provision over and above what's in the addendum report to give a more kind of directive guidance to a decision maker in terms of the decision maker being required to consider whether or not any increased risks have been minimised to the extent practicable. So it's a positive obligation on the decision maker to look at that as an issue. Do you think that would be an improvement?
Just trying to stop bleeding on the paper. Yes, I do think it could be more directive.
All right, so in terms of maybe considering that wording further in conjunction with the district council staff, you're happy to do that and see if you can come back collectively with some wording that gives a much more directive obligation to a decision maker. And that was the only other point I wanted to raise with you. Thanks.
All right, unless there's anything else, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Paper cutter. Paper cutter.
Oh, gosh. Thank you. Right. Okay. Just check that she's covered that off. Thank you. Why didn't we have this before? We have this before then. See what I mean? I think have a different style down here. Right. Okay. Right, went out. We would like out a regional. No? Not turning up? Oh, they're on, okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, Ms. Craven. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Can I confirm that you can hear me well?
Yep. No, that's fine. Thank you. So away you go.
Kia ora tātou, ko Hannah Craven tōku ingoa. I'm a Senior Policy Advisor at Waikato Regional Council. My apologies that I was unable to attend in person today, but thank you for letting me speak online.
Fine.
If it is okay with you, I will take my evidence as read and just provide a summary of this today and also address the Section 42A rebuttal response to my evidence.
Yep.
So firstly, I would just like to acknowledge the limited scope of this plan change, which predominantly applies to the urban areas of Rotorua Lakes District, and also acknowledge that only a relatively small part of the district lies within the Waikato region, and this being all rural areas. Because of this, the WRC submission and also my evidence only focuses on parts of the plan change which apply wider than just the urban areas and zones and extend to rural areas. Specifically, WRC are most interested in the natural hazards and geothermal provisions which apply across the whole district. So overall, I am very supportive of the work done by Rotorua Lakes Council in this plan change, including the approach to natural hazards and geothermal areas. The only outstanding issue in my evidence related to WRC's submission point 64.5, I think it is, which sought that policy NH-PA is amended to separate low, medium and high flood risks, and that high or intolerable risk should be avoided, not minimized or mitigated. Essentially, that there should be a hierarchical approach to differing risk levels and that areas of highest risk should be avoided. So while I agree that the policy's approach of requiring a flood risk assessment where flood depths are higher is an appropriate way to manage flood risk, it's what happens after this flood risk assessment, which I have slight concern with. Development in areas susceptible to flooding is a discretionary activity following the flood risk assessment, which will determine the acceptability of the proposed development in regards to risk. While this implies that if the flood risk assessment determines that the proposal is not appropriate or acceptable in terms of risk, that consent would not be granted. Nowhere in the plan is this set out explicitly, in my opinion. The Waikato Regional Policy Statement, however, is explicit in its direction to avoid areas of intolerable risk. And so I recommended in my evidence that additional wording is added to the policy to clarify that where a flood risk assessment identifies an area as being at intolerable flood risk, development in this area should be avoided. Now, I understand that intolerable is a word used in the Waikato RPS, but not in the district plan or even in the Bay of Plenty RPS, I believe. And so I completely acknowledge the challenge that Rotorua Lakes Council faces in balancing direction and terminology from two RPSs. My argument is less so about the word used to describe high risk. I'm open to using terminology which fits in the wider context of the plan. My message is simply that where the flood risk assessment required by the policy identifies an area or a site as having high or intolerable or unacceptable flood risk, development on this area should be avoided. So the Section 42A author indicated that that is the intention of the policy anyway, but that it needs to be assessed on a case-by-case basis. However, I disagree that it is clear to plan users that that is the intention to avoid high-risk flood areas, because obviously the word avoid isn't used. Now, I don't take use of the word avoid lightly. I know that it is a high bar, which is why the word intolerable was appropriate in my view. There will be some likely rare cases where the acceptable level of risk means avoiding an area completely. And it is the role of the district plan to set that expectation, in my view. The flooding events in Aotearoa this year have shown that hazard risk needs to be taken seriously, and I don't think it's inappropriate for a plan to take a strong stance on risk. In regards to the Section 42A response that my proposed wording doesn't take into account whether risk could be reduced through development, I disagree with this. I think that the likely risk level pre and post development would factor into the conclusion of the flood risk assessment required as part of the policy, and therefore a proposal which reduces risk to an acceptable level wouldn't meet the intolerable or unacceptable threshold to trigger the avoid part of the policy. And just before I wrap up, I just wanted to reiterate that I do support all other recommendations of the Section 42A author, including the approach to the Rotorua geothermal system, although as per my evidence, I think it will be important to apply the same approach to other geothermal systems as part of a future plan change. Kia ora, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Craven.
Just to understand the principle behind what you're asking for, of course, my issue as a potential decision maker, I always think, how would I apply provisions within a plan? And faced with a provision that required me to avoid development in an area where there's intolerable risk, my immediate question would be, what does that mean? And so in the absence of a practical and workable definition of intolerable risk, or even whether or not the risk is acceptable, that leaves it quite open-ended and not that helpful. Have you given any thought to wording that would address that issue, whereby, particularly because you're asking for development to be avoided, that a decision maker can be given crystal clear guidance on when that avoidance should be triggered?
Yes, absolutely. So acceptable and intolerable, as well as tolerable, are risk levels that are defined in the Waikato Regional Policy Statement. There's 3 identified risk levels: intolerable, tolerable, and acceptable. And so I can read out that definition. So it's intolerable in the RPS is defined as risk which cannot be justified, and risk reduction is essential, e.g. residential housing being developed in a primary hazard zone. And then it steps down to tolerable, which is risk within a range that a community can live with so as to secure certain net benefits. It is a range of risk. This is not regarded as negligible. That is such a hard word to say, or as something to ignore, but rather as something to be kept under review and reduced if possible. And then acceptable is risk which is minor, and the cost of further reducing risk is largely disproportionate to the benefits gained, e.g. residential housing being developed beyond coastal setbacks. Does that provide any clarity?
Well, it's still, in my view, quite vague in terms of what that might mean. So if we were to focus on the word acceptable, is there wording that could be developed that would enable a decision maker to know whether or not the residual risk is acceptable, such that, you know, even with the implementation of flood hazard mitigation, or with the implementation of flood hazard mitigation, the residual risk to life and property meets a certain threshold such that, I don't know, habitable areas won't be flooded, or evacuations are still possible. It's something that's actually understandable.
Tangible.
Yeah. Is it possible?
Yeah, I definitely do understand what you're saying. Now, and I'm not an expert in risk as such, but as I understand that acceptable and tolerable are words commonly used in the New Zealand Standard for Risk Management. I'm not sure if they are defined, but they are common words used to describe risk. So I would imagine that anyone undertaking a flood risk assessment would probably be able to put that into more tangible terms. But I mean, that is something I can look into further if that would be useful.
Yeah, I'd appreciate you getting together with your colleagues in the Bay of Plenty Regional Council and the District Council and just see if you can come up with what I would call a layperson definition, and let's focus on acceptable, the word acceptable, because that's what's in the Council's addendum report. A definition of that, yeah, a layperson or a decision maker can easily understand and implement it on a case-by-case basis, and different decision makers would be likely to come to the same end result. So sort of avoiding the use of jargon, but just using commonly understood words or phrases. See if you can come up with something for us to consider would be really helpful.
Of course.
And I assume that the Plenty Regional Council staff and the District Council staff are happy to work cooperatively on that. Not give it a go. I'm sure you can do it.
I'm not sure we gave them an option, did you?
Great, thank you.
Tiffany, do you have any questions?
You just want to carry on with from Commissioner Van Bortesen, in terms of the discussion around the levels of risk assessment, and then your comment earlier, Ms. Craven, about the flood risk assessment. There's two things that spring to mind. One, that the flood risk assessment will identify those different levels, which I think you referred to, and therefore why need further clarification. But if we were to go to agree that there needed to be further clarification, such as using the term such as intolerable, it would then follow that we would also need to include other levels within that. And we start to set some direction, if we could, of what is acceptable, what is tolerable, what is intolerable. Would that would it then follow that that's where things would go in your mind?
I agree. I think that it sounds like we do need a bit more definition around that scale between intolerable and acceptable. As I said, I'm not an expert in risk. I don't know if that is something that somebody undertaking a flood risk assessment would already be able to tell us quite simply in layperson terms, how to easily navigate that scale.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a risk of us chasing our own tail on this one, isn't there? Because something that's intolerable quite clearly should be avoided. There's no question about it. But yeah, I think narrative statements like that ain't terribly helpful. So yes, if there's going to be something in the plan like that, it's got to be tighter. I think that's fairly clear. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Craven. Appreciate time this morning. Glad you could come in remotely. Good.
Thank you very much for having me, everyone.
Luke Nelson. Morning, Ms. Nelson. Now, you have a very comprehensive submission and you're not going to take us through that because you'll never make it in 15 minutes. So away you go.
I'm a local surveyor and planner. Last time the district plan was changed, I was a graduate, so this is the first time I've submitted. So,
yep. And the next time you'll be an old man.
I'll be an old man. Fairly likely.
Yes, right.
My submissions are made in a personal capacity, sort of through my work. So these have been prepared in my evenings, so hence them being perhaps a little less polished than something you're used to seeing.
That's fine.
I understand the legislative drivers for implementing the MDRS. Rotorua Lakes Council have asked to be included. It seems we're the only council who has done that, to my knowledge. And there's also, obviously, with the upcoming general elections, there's been some statements made around what's going to happen if the more right parties get in. So I guess, as someone who's not sort of at the cold face of the process, looking from the outside, it does raise the question of, other councils who have to be included sort of seem to be taking a slow approach and waiting to see what's happening, whereas Rotorua is sort of full steam ahead. So I do have some concerns as a ratepayer, perhaps around, are we doing a lot of work that's going to be tossed out if the other side gets in? I can't answer that, but it's probably more for the council boards to decide on once they have your report in hand.
Yeah, as you know, we have a role to do and we'll make our recommendation. The politics will take care of itself.
The further thing I've sort of noticed through this process, being sort of a small player, is that it's very heavily led by external consultants, and there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of input from local people. Sort of from what I've seen, I sat in on a pre-hearing meeting, and there's lots of people zooming in from Auckland, and because of the staffing situation at Rotorua Lakes, it's been largely supported by external consultants, even from a internal side. And it does seem to me that there are a lot of Auckland examples that have been imported into the updated plan. And my submission there was, Tauranga City and Hamilton City seem to have some more plain English definitions, which I'm very pleased to hear that panel is very interested in clear definitions, because as a practitioner, developers hate uncertainty, as you'll be well aware, and we may create a new plan, but unless there's people who are willing to actually implement it and put their money where their mouth is type thing, it's not going to be very useful. So yes, I guess, and just on that, Auckland is obviously a much larger scale, and I realise that we do need to densify. The Rotorua plan is probably a couple of generations behind even a small little plan like the South Waikato plan over the hill, which is a very provincial plan. But do we want to go from behind the 8 ball to cutting the edge, up there with the big cities? I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. I'm just going to focus on subdivision and residential. Those are the areas where I practice in most and am most familiar with. So it's areas where I think I can make some interesting comments. Now, forgive me, the Section 42 report, or the subdivision provision sub S12, site design factor. I'm just going off my notes. So.
Yep. Right.
So originally what was proposed in the modified plan was a minimum 250 net with a 8x15 shape factor. It was a nice, clean, simple rule, pretty easy to understand. I suggested that perhaps 300 net might be a little more appropriate, where you're creating vacant sections. Vacant sections, obviously, by nature, have a bit of uncertainty, but was quite happy with that shape factor. What I see is currently popped into the plan is quite a different beast altogether. And we're now looking at the 1,400 square metres plus, still having 300 minimum, but anything under 1,400 not having a minimum lot size. Now, most of Rotorua that's been developed and would be looking for redevelopment sits in the 800 to 1,000 square metre lot size. So your quarter acres, your 1,000 square metres, just over. And those are sorts of the areas where redevelopment is likely to occur under the change. And supposedly this is supposed to be enabling this no minimum lot size and a shape factor, but sort of road testing it and looking at some current examples, I'm not sure it actually is going to make things easier. So currently you've got it's proposed you'll have to have a 10 by 17 square, and that has to be exclusive of quite an extensive list of things now, and there's obviously a lot of discretion around that, how that's interpreted. And just doing some minor calculations, it's for a rear lot, that's at minimum going to be 228 square metres. So that's allowing for a metre side yard around the outside of that box. And for a front site where you've got to have 1.5 metre front yard, it's about 234. So it's not really that different to the 250. And this assumes that no one wants vehicle access. And while I understand the RMA has removed the provisions for vehicle access being a necessity, and while it might be an aspirational goal to have in a big city where you have an adequate public transport system, in a provincial city like Rotorua, I mean, I personally cycle everywhere, but for those who aren't so active, or aren't able to be, vehicle access is an absolute necessity. And I've yet to see any proposal from a private sector development where there aren't parking and turning in the suburbs. So by the time you add in a driveway, I think you're going to be looking at a lot that's nearly bigger than our minimum 350 net anyway. For example, if you had a perfect square, so if you take the square root of 350 square metres, the current lot, you get an 18.7 by 18.7 lot. And obviously a square lot is, that's the best shape factor you can have. Typically it's not provided because it's more expensive for roading purposes, but if you can get it, that's what you want. Now, 18.7 by 18.7, that would fail the shape factor. So our current minimum lot size would fail because you wouldn't have your minimum 19 to get your square on. So a current control activity, 350 square lot, would now be a discretionary activity. which I'm not sure is the intention of the standard. I think practically you're going to end up with larger minimum lot sizes than the 250 that was initially proposed. And I get the impression that everything else in this plan changes heading in one direction to be more enabling. This appears to be a different direction. And it's coming at the 11th hour to me. I'm just lucky that I did actually try to wade through all of the documents to try and see what the changes were. But for other HAPS practitioners who
So, I mean, that's helpful. And obviously staff will come back on that because you'll provide that detail, because we're going to have that conversation about obviously shape factors and so on.
Sure.
Where are you ending up? Tell us what it is that you think should happen.
Well, I mean, the earlier shape
you've
factor,
got the problem diagnosed, and that's great.
I guess perhaps I haven't had enough time really to think about it, because
Yeah.
I've been sort of trying to do this in my spare time.
Well, you've got 2 minutes to think about it.
2 minutes to think about it. I think the original, well, I prefer the original rule as assured because it provides more certainty, the 250 and the 8.5. Other councils use a circle as a shape factor rather than a square.
Yeah.
And it'll be smaller. So, I mean, ultimately, you just don't want lots that are pointless for future use. But yeah, I mean, I think probably just going through the other standards. So now that's brought in, you've got the outside the fault zone, outside the 2% AEP for flooding, notable trees, SNAs, ONFs, network utilities, right-of-ways and yards. So traditionally, you would always be outside the yards for your shape factor. Right-of-ways and shared access, usually excluded. Network utilities is a bit problematic because it talks about private easements. So, for example, if you decide that it's more convenient to put a sewer pipe or perhaps a fibre cable or something, just because the way the site is up another side of the site than where the driveway is, that's going to penalise you in this situation. Perhaps if you've got the sewer in the back of the site and it's more convenient to run it down one side because the way gravity runs, just simply because of practical servicing constraints, you're going to jump from controlled into discretionary, where I don't really see that there's the need for that. I mean, obviously controlled activities, that's what you're aiming for to get through. Perhaps one thing could be considered is this particular standard could be an RD standard rather than jumping straight to discretionary. It's not what's in the plan. We either have controlled or discretionary. It's quite a big jump. And the reason why I have such a concern about that is because council have recently started to recover a lot more of the fees for applications. So we're seeing processing fees, certainly not double, but getting pretty close to it. And when you've got a discretionary activity, it seems that a report twice as long as required internally, whereas a controlled activity is much more cost effective to process, I would hope.
So what you're saying, and I think you're probably right, just to have a quick look at it, that example you gave me of a fibre cable, and that itself will simply trigger a change of activity.
There's so many little things that would trip you up in practice. So, for example, if you've got a lot where you come down a driveway, you need to do a 3-point turn, and you've only got your minimum square. As soon as you have your turning onto that square, it might be just a tiny corner of it. You've tripped up, and I can. It's been suggested by Kongaora, I understand, who. They've got plenty of cost. Cost doesn't seem to be a problem for the Kongaora developments. They're happy to throw as much money as it needs to be at it.
I'm sure they wouldn't agree with you on that.
Well, looking around town, the evidence would.
No, but the point's well made, man. We'll get a response on that. I mean, obviously, it's not in. I mean, I can't imagine it was intended to trip up on such trivial things. So,
I think it's probably just been brought in perhaps late on, and I know how under pressure the team are.
So, your submission is very useful from that point of view. So, thank you for that.
The other thing, sort of main issue, is shared private access. So, still in the subdivision chapter S9 2B. So, just a bit further over.
Sorry, is that in the subdivision chapter still?
Yes, in the subdivision chapter, standard S9 2B. Sorry if that's unclear.
Shared private access.
Shared private access. So under point 3 in Roman numerals there. So what has been proposed here is that, I'll take a step back. Currently under the district plan, the general intention has been if you want to do subdivision, you need to provide for any further development that's going to occur. And at the moment, I've been putting in several applications, and there's coming up from the consents team, there's sort of a grey area around, if I do it, so we've got a 1/4 acre section, I cut it in half, I put a nice 6.5 metre driveway down, which is well over what's needed. Clearly I'm enabling it for something in the future. All of a sudden I'm going from 2 houses on site to potentially 6 houses on a 1/4 acre, which is a dramatic increase in density, but also what a council are considering for the driveway width. Because if I just want to put 2 houses on, I'm only going to put a 3 metre driveway in, one off the road, one off the back. And then we're going to end up with a situation where at a processing level, are we going to be having 6.5 metre driveways on everything? Because potentially under the NDRS standards, we're allowed to have 3 at the back. To me, it's still very problematic from an implementation point of view, how this is actually going to operate. So that's that point. And then moving on to the next point, point 4, it talks about a legally binding agreement for shared access maintenance, which I'm not quite sure what this is trying to get at. Any shared access is going to have a right of way. Those are a legal agreement for maintenance. It's very clear under the legislation what a right of way is, what it provides for. I'm just not sure what's trying to be achieved. It's just another thing to have to provide. And I mean, I can kind of understand if they're thinking from a unit titles point of view, where you have a body corporate that manages it, those are usually better outcomes. And my fundamental submission was, why are we creating these large private roads anyway? I know from some time I spent in Tauranga has a number of these, 10, 15, 20 users, which for all intents and purposes appear public roads, but they're not, they're just rights of way, and they're very problematic for the council from what I understand. You got to subdivide it further. Do you have the woods? You're not coming off a public road. They're just, what I can see happening with them is that whether in a body corporate, perhaps if the body corporate budgets appropriately over the long term, it'll be okay. But with these 10 plus users, it's 9 plus, you're going to get to a situation which in 20, 30 years, the driveway's broken, no one can agree. Doesn't matter what your agreement says, you've got 20 parties to agree about anything. It's why we have public roads, so that council can come in and deal with it. So I think the solution is not more private roads like this, but council using 4404 a little more appropriately, and perhaps service lane type access for certain developments, particularly with the infill. If you're doing greenfields, sure, but if you've got a small block, it's wedged in a corner, perhaps there needs to be a bit more flexibility around public road widths. I'm sure the engineering team might be super enthusiastic about it, but I think from a long-term point of view for both those owners and the public, that maintaining public ownership of those spaces deals with the maintenance burden more equitably. I mean, it's great for a developer. They save money up front.
I understand what you're saying. We just don't have any jurisdiction to dictate public policy on that sort of matter. That's all. Yeah. But I think it's heard. Yep. Right.
The other point would be the residential 2 zone west of Old Tupel Road, which is the I5. There's not particularly good pedestrian links across that, and I see in the rebuttal evidence that they'd have an urban designer from the firm consider that it's not appropriate. Sorry, it is appropriate still, but I mean, you've got 4 lanes of traffic and not many ways to get across it if you're wanting to have walkable communities.
Yeah. Let me just say that matter is well and truly on our table. So I think, yeah.
The other thing is just rounding back on the medium density standards. So it would appear to me that the legislation has been developed to enable 3 houses on any site. There doesn't seem to have been any consideration of, proratering to a given site. So I'm not sure how familiar you are with our rural chapter. So in our rural chapter, we have lifestyle lot allocations, and those are stamped. Is that me, or I can hear a squealing? It's doing my ears, and I'm not sure if you're asking. Time's up, is it? Oh, damn. So in the rural chapter, there's these lifestyle allocations, and effectively they're stamped at a certain date and time. So I guess what I'm getting is, if you're 1/4 acre and you can split it once, you can split it again, and keep splitting it and getting these smaller and smaller sections, and you're going to get these massive increases in density that I don't think the NDRS anticipates. If you're coming in perhaps through a comprehensive design, that may or may not be appropriate, but some of the proposals I've seen, you're going from 2 houses on a site to 6 medium density, which, that's a dramatic change. And if you're the neighbour who's abutting that site, you're going to think very differently about that. It's a challenge to be worked through. I guess I question whether, you should be allowed to keep splitting these sites indefinitely and getting 3 each time. It seems that, you pass go, you collect your $200, a bit too easy and free. So I'm not sure what the solution is, but it certainly seems to me a big problem that the MDRS doesn't really deal with properly. So it's left to the district plans to paper over the cracks, as it were. Have I got time for one more? No. just one minor point in the appendix. This is a specific, hopefully, just the appendix 1, 3, design and construction. So this is in the parking and turning standards. So there's a provision 5 or V, and it notes about using a 10.5 metre rigid truck tracking curve for on-site turning on shared access, which I think what they're trying to get at here is this is for the 8+ users where you've got to get the rubbish truck up. Okay, so they're going to rescind that for standard residential infill because I can't see how it's appropriate to have a truck to turn on a 2-lot infill where the biggest thing that's going to get up there, if you like, is a courier van. So that was just something I picked up that I'm not quite sure is an unintended consequence.
All right, we had that conversation on day 1, I think it was.
With the engineers, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Any questions, Mr. Nelson? And thanks for your comprehensive submission. I mean, helpful to have somewhere, actually, a practitioner before us. It's very useful for that. So thanks for your time. I think we're now going to take a short break. Let's have a look and see where we are. Right, okay. That's not too bad, is it? So we'll come back. Yeah. Amazing. We'll come back at 10:50. Thank you very much. Well, I see fire and emergency getting serious now, huh?
Jackets coming off.
Thank you. Little flash of light comes in.
Right, thank you, everybody. Fire and emergency, Mr. Sharman, welcome, both of you. All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you.
Okay, where you go, 10 minutes.
Right. Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. So yes, my name is Craig Sharman, appearing on behalf of Fire and Emergency New Zealand, and with me is Mr. Brendan Groels from Fire and Emergency.
Oh, welcome.
So there's a statement of evidence from me dated 21 July,
Thank you.
which I'll just dive in and out of, but without getting into too much of the detail. So, I mean, Fire and Emergency New Zealand broadly support the plan change and recognise council's obligations in terms of MDRS and what council can and cannot do. So one of the things you might have noticed is in the Fire and Emergency New Zealand, the relief sought throughout the submission is really trying to work with the plan and certainly not against it, and recognising what staff can and cannot do, and also that we're amending an operative plan and there's a framework there. And in the world that Fire and Emergency New Zealand operate in, that is the kind of the interaction between the district plan and the Building Act, and also council's development code, engineering code, because that deals with things like access and water supply.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the context, I suppose, for where Fire and Emergency New Zealand come from. It's really about access for fire and emergency personnel, and but more particularly the vehicles, the appliances, the fire trucks, I suppose we would call them, and then also issues around kind of water supply and capacity around the city, which obviously is not really a district plan issue, but it's very much an issue for fire and emergency. So as density occurs in response to Plan Change 9 and the coming decade, obviously Fire and Emergency New Zealand are going to be wanting to talk to council's water engineers around kind of upgrade projects and what's in the long-term plan and how do we keep capacity and pressure in the city's water network. So in terms of the evidence, so it really starts at paragraph 22. I've reviewed the 42A report. We also spent actually some time back in April with some of the council officers regarding the submission, which we really appreciated. And so this is really a positive and an in-support kind of a statement really from us. Attached to the statement of evidence are some case studies, which would kind of we'll leave with you, and that was both for council officers and also for yourselves, commissioners, just to understand. And that's where Brendan will perhaps jump in. We just sort of talk around any questions you might have, but that's just to sort of illustrate the kind of scenarios that Fire and Emergency New Zealand find. Those case studies I think are from Auckland, but I suppose we use Auckland as a kind of a case study for the rest of the cities in New Zealand, because density is kind of 10 or 20 years ahead of the rest of the country. And so we can start to see trends emerging there that are kind of probably the future trends in a city like this one. I mean, support the 42A recommendations in terms of at paragraphs 23 and 27 and 30, and kind of acknowledge the points that are made, and I won't belabor those. Likewise at paragraph 50 and paragraph 67. So there's a series of kind of minor, I suppose, pieces of relief that were in the Fire and Emergency submission, and there's been a 42A response, and I support the 42A author and have no issue really with that.
So where are the outstanding issues?
Yes, that's the good question. So so paragraph 73, so paragraphs 70 to 73, and then the other one I'm going to talk to is paragraph 54 to 60. If you kind of briefly follow from 70 to 73, I won't kind of dive too much into the detail, but there's a small edit there, which is kind of just intended to be a kind of a helpful change in terms of emergency service personnel, just as a better phrase. So it's not really a substantive kind of an issue. In terms of, or just to go back slightly, paragraph 54, and then there's a kind of a proposed kind of edit at paragraph 60. So kind of in a few places what we noticed, I think with the 42A author is the kind of, we probably ran into a misunderstanding. I think in kind of some of the central city submission points, there was some relief in the fire and emergency submission around kind of whether a building or a property is connected to the reticulated water supply network or not. That wasn't really the issue. The issue for fire and emergency in New Zealand is it's almost presumed that's the case. But when a development or a kind of a redevelopment is connecting to the reticulated water network, that the network itself has sufficient capacity, not just for someone to turn the tap on and be able to have a glass of water, but in the sort of firefighting emergency situation that Brendan's involved in, when fire and emergency personnel turn up, is there actually pressure and capacity in the network? And so we obviously quickly kind of get beyond what a district plan can do. So the relief is for that reason very kind of specific and intended just to be helpful. That it's not always just about potable water. It's actually about kind of that there's a firefighting kind of water supply there as well. And so that's really what that is about. And then we're almost on to the last point. So paragraph 34 onwards, there's a whole lot of material in the statement there, which I suppose came out of the officer conversation that we had, and it's around hose lengths and some relief that fire and emergency had sought. And so some of this gets really practical and operational, which is why we've got Brendan here to answer any questions that you might have. So I'm obviously not going to go through all that material, but it was just attempting to explain why it matters. So when we or I shouldn't say we, when fire and emergency arrive at a site, the fire truck for fire appliance cannot access the location of the building if the access way is not 4 meters or a sufficient width. And so at that point, the vehicle is having to stay out on the street, and then the hose is actually being unraveled. And so I suppose with all territorial authorities up and down the country, we kind of talk about hose lengths and access way widths with council officers, and it's just trying to get that understanding across that there's kind of 2 elements. There's how close can the fire appliance get to the building on fire, and that's about access widths, and your previous speaker kind of started to dive into that. And then the other thing is, so if that fire appliance cannot get anywhere near that building, then actually what is the length of that narrow access way? And so all of this becomes more difficult and I suppose more dangerous with the kind of case study material at the back there, where you're dealing with apartment buildings and terraced housing and buildings that are closer together. That's not an argument for fire and emergency not to do those things. It's simply to be mindful and to try and build in some of these provisions around kind of access way widths. So that's why that's important.
And the examples you've got in your evidence are very useful from that point of view. So yeah, thanks for the examples.
And then the sort of slight add-on to that really then is that from paragraph 61, we started to get into this kind of concept of actually, we're no longer talking about vehicles, we're now talking about emergency service personnel and whether they can actually physically get in and out of buildings. And so one of the critical elements, or one of the elements that parties have been critical of for MDRS is this concept of having kind of 1 metre setbacks from buildings from boundaries. And I don't get that you can do too much about that as a commissioner panel, because that just is what it is. But fire and emergency's perspective on that is just around if there's a series of very tight corners and buildings very close to boundaries, particularly if it's a situation where there's some sort of emergency stretcher and a person lying on a stretcher, even getting in and out of front doors of buildings, depending on kind of some layout issues, becomes really problematic. And obviously it's very hard to articulate that in a district plan or matters of discretion, but we've had a go at it in terms of the fire and emergency submission and the relief sought, and that's what paragraph 61 to around 69 is all about. So it's really matters of discretion and just Fire and Emergency would like developers to be mindful of these kind of issues, and also council staff to be mindful of these kind of issues in a resource consenting process. And then if these are permitted activities, some of which they will be, well then that really is on landowners and developers to be mindful. So that's all I have. So unless Brendan wants to dive in with something that I've said poorly, are you welcome to?
No, unless you have any questions for me.
Mr. Chairman, just one question for me, and thank you for your evidence was helpfully set out, and you indicated where you agreed and where you didn't. You suggested additional wording and you used red font, so it's pretty clear to see what you're asking for extra. The only one where I didn't see that in your evidence was at your para 66. So I just wanted to check, is the relief you're asking us to consider at your para 66 the same matters of discretion that were included in the original submission? Is that the wording that you're asking for?
Yes,
Yeah.
and I think that the blunt answer to that is because we couldn't think of anything better.
Yeah, I just wanted to check that's still what you're
Yeah, I mean, so I think we saw and understood the 42A response. We could kind of see the drafting challenge that staff were facing there. Don't have a solution for you, Commissioner, really beyond really what was in the original submission, unfortunately.
Okay, excellent. Thanks.
Thank you. Your submission was provided actually the answer to all my questions, but one which has got nothing to do with the plan change. When the hoses are laid out, they're laid out in a slightly wavy pattern. Is that intentional, or is that just the way it unravels?
Just the way it unravels. They're pre-laid in the truck, and as they're pulled out, they do retain some of their form. So yeah, if we talk straight lines, it never really eventuates. And I did say I didn't have anything to say, but I do now. You've got me started. So I'd also like to challenge, if you haven't already, watch the 7 Sharp article that they did on that live house burn this week. And I think that really shows the speed of fire. And anything that happens that slows that response down, whether it be access or length of hose runs, extending hose runs, is only going to exacerbate and make fires worse. So.
Thank you. Take me back to my AMP days and watching the demos or the competitions. Thank you.
I don't want that in it. That's right. Yes, yes.
And if I'm able
so
to,
presumably you have, I would imagine that you guys have competitions in terms of how far and fast you can actually lay those triple hoses out. What's the sort of how long does it take to lay, three lines of hose?
A good crew. So when we turn up to a job, we're very systematic. So we work through RECIO, which is risk to life, exposures, containment, extinguish the fire, and then overhaul. So when we turn up to a fire, obviously we're asking, what's the risk to life? Is there anyone inside or outside the building? If there is people reported inside the building, that changes how we react, and that becomes our focus. Our staff are putting BA sets on for their own safety, breathing. Then they're running at their hose. So they're all pre-connect hose as well. So it's a very simple, grab the branch, what we call a branch or nozzle, to the front door and then get water. We have limited water on our fire appliances between 1,200 and 1,400 litres, which if we use that quickly can be 2 or 3 minutes supply. So we're also looking for fire hydrants to supplement that as well. So, we can be at work at a house fire within, 60 to 90 seconds of arrival.
Yeah, it's impressive.
And some of this, if I can just add, so we have a few discussions with council officers up and down the country around all, is the number being sought in terms of a distance from a building, 50 metres or 70 metres, or, and why is it different? I mean, so there's no magic number, as I guess Brendan's explaining, there's all sorts of circumstances where there's a corner or the fire's at the back of the building or there's a vehicle inconveniently in the wrong place. And so, that's the reason why there's so much discrepancy around numbers. It's practical.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. And whether it's a 1 metre yard or a 2 metre yard on the side, it can still be blocked. So it's the dimension is not the issue. Yeah. All right, understood. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Can I raise one matter there? Just that Mr. Sherman's referred to his
bit of feedback going on.
Circulated on the 21st of July, but the outstanding matters in that evidence were responded to in the council's addendum that was circulated before the hearing.
Yeah.
I wonder whether it might be useful if we do have a spare copy, whether Mr. Sharma would like to have a brief look at that. Probably no reason to hold up, but maybe if he was able to do that and then just report back of whether that actually addresses your remaining concerns.
Yeah, because I don't know about that. So is it dated a few weeks ago? We've missed the memo on that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that was circulated with the rebuttal evidence on the 5th of August.
Okay.
I think you'll find substantial agreement from the addendum in terms of that. So yes, you might just familiarise yourself with that.
So it's a good news story. I mean, we certainly felt that in terms of the 42A report anyway. We felt like there was a lot of agreement. So if it's moved further and closer, well then that's all good. So maybe we can have a quick talk in the hallway if it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Jim. Right. Okay. Right. Arapotama. Are we online or? Oh, no, we're here. Oh, right. Gosh. Nice to see you in person, Ms. Thomas. Right. Right, in your hands. Yes. Ms. Howard, how are you?
Oh, sorry. Today, Andrea Miller. Ms. Miller is the Manager of Resource Management and Land Management for Arapotama. And she hasn't prepared a written statement of evidence as such, but she's attending today in case you have any operational questions, which may be best addressed by her. So I might just run you through my legal submissions if that's okay, which sort of sets the scene, I think, for what will come next in terms of Mr. Allett and any questions that you have for Ms. Miller.
Right.
So in section 2 there, I set out the overall outcomes which are sought by Arapotama through proposed plan change 9. Essentially, I say there that Arapotama's submission and Mr. Allett's evidence outlines in some detail the activities that Arapotama undertakes within communities as part of its essential role within the justice system. And of particular relevance to plan change 9, those activities include the provision of homes for people with Arapotama's care who are serving sentences in the community. And that provision of accommodation is often accompanied by a level of rehabilitation and reintegration support provided by Arapotama staff or service providers that Arapotama works alongside. Distinct from those activities, Arapotama also undertakes community corrections activities, which provides services and support to those within the justice system who are carrying out their sentences within the community and or meeting parole requirements. And those services include probation or parole officer engagement and meetings, training and education programs and the like. And essentially our argument there is set out in paragraph 2.4 is that as Aotearoa's urban environments evolve through intensification, implementing the objectives of the NPSUD necessitates that these activities are clearly provided for if environments are to be well functioning in the NPSUD sense, as well as enabling all people and communities to provide for their well-being. So in paragraph 2.6 there I've summarised the relief sought by Arapotama in relation to plan change 9. So the first one obviously is pretty uncontroversial, retention of the existing definition of residential activity, which aligns with the national planning standards. The second change that we are seeking is inclusion of a definition of household to make it clear that the residential unit definition does include households of people supported and supervised by Arapotama. And in conjunction with that, we seek deletion of the definition of community housing and that the use of that term throughout the plan so as to avoid households of people supported and supervised by Arapotama being included within that definition. Later in my submissions, I suggest a change perhaps to that definition if it's to remain so that Arapotama's activities are carved out. some amendments to some existing objectives for residential zones, which again, I don't think will be controversial. And retention of the notified wording of some policies in the residential zones. And then in relation to community corrections activities, we seek a definition be included in the plan which aligns with the definition of that term in the national planning standards. And then classification of the activity status of community corrections activities in the commercial 1 and commercial 6 zone is permitted. And the 42A report correctly notes that those activities are already permitted in the city centre zone. Yeah. So in terms of scope, I addressed that in section 3 of my legal submissions and note there that the council reporting officer recommends that some of the relief sought by Arapaitama be rejected on the basis of scope. Specifically, our request to remove the definition of community housing and associated provisions. And secondly, the community corrections relief. So on the subsequent pages, I take you through the case law, which I'm sure as experienced commissioners dealing with IPIs across the country, you will have heard about 19,000 times.
Yes. We dream about those.
I'm sure you do. Yeah. So essentially our argument is that the relief sought in that regard falls within section 80E. Turning to section 4.1, I say there that the section 42A report agrees with Arapaitama that many residential activities involve a degree of care and support, and then goes on to state that it may be difficult to identify when an activity is not a normal residential activity in a residential unit, but is instead community housing. And that in my submission is the precise reason why the relief sought by Arapaitama should be granted. In paragraph 4.11, I say there that should the panel be of the view that the definition of community housing should remain, Arapaitama requests that the definition be amended to make it clear that the housing which it provides to people within its care is, and there should be a not in there, is not included within that definition. And I've said there that this could be achieved by amending the definition as follows. So the last few sentences of that definition, or few lines at least, are the key ones for Arapaitama's purposes. So at the moment, that definition excludes facilities where the movement of residents is legally restricted, which would capture some of Arapaitama's residents, not all of them, but some of them. And hence why I've suggested there that definition have the following words added: and places of residence provided by or in association with Arapaitama. I think those are the key aspects of my legal submissions.
Yeah, thank you. We've certainly looked at these issues in other jurisdictions. Yes. And I note that in the case of the Mackenzie District Council, which you might be familiar with, that wasn't an IPI, but nevertheless we considered this issue of community corrections facilities, and the same issue arose whether or not it was a subset of community facility or community service. And in that case, the panel decided that wasn't at all clear from the wording of the definitions and the planning standards. And so the definition of community corrections facilities was inserted into the plan, and PA rules were provided for it in the town centre zone and the general industrial zone. In terms of the issues before us, in terms of a potential solution, if the definition of community facilities was amended to make it explicitly clear that that did include a community corrections facility, and if that was the case, then the establishment of a new one would become a discretionary activity under Rule Res R14. I mean, would that go some way to assisting the concern that's been put before us?
I think the issue is that we'd like them to be permitted activities, so there's quite a way
I know
to go.
what you'd like to be, but in terms of a decision maker having the ability to look at the pros and cons of site-specific activities, if it was made crystal clear that you did fall within community facility, I mean, would that assist at all?
Well, I think at the moment, as I understand it, there are controlled activity in one of those commercial zones, and then would be restricted discretionary in another zone.
So was that a yes or a no in terms of it being of assistance?
Well, I don't know that it's giving us anything more than what there is already, is it?
Well, it's making it clear that that's what the situation would be, given the vagueness of the definitions.
Well, I think it's better than defaulting to the nominate status, which I think otherwise in that zone is non-compliant. Which I think is a far less attractive option.
Can I just say that again?
I think if we were not to be a community facility, if for some reason or another the council planner on the day decided that we weren't, then we would be a nominate, which I think isn't. But if you don't have an activity specific definition in that zone, you become non-compliant. So I think what you're suggesting is a better option
So, okay. So
than being left out in the cold completely.
Yeah, so it doesn't give you exactly what you're asking for, but it would assist, wouldn't it? Would get into that.
It avoids what you're not asking for.
Yes.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's it.
All right. Do you want to move to your, Mr. Oliver, if you want to tell us anything extra?
Attempt to do that in a very succinct manner. And in that sense, perhaps I'll have my evidence taken as read. Just
absolutely is.
Quickly
Yes,
whisk you through the executive summary, some of which will overlap with what you've just heard from legal counsel.
Could I just check, are you referring, excuse me, are you referring to your primary or your rebuttal?
Primary evidence, sorry, thank you. Paragraph 1.2.
Well, let me just check on that. Do you need to go through your primary rather than your rebuttal? I mean, we've read both.
Well,
don't take us through there if there's nothing that we need really to know.
Well, in that case, no.
Yeah,
I don't need to repeat anything that
Right.
you're already aware of, you've read, you understand, you're certainly available for questions.
You should not assume my understanding, but yes. But by all means, I mean, if you just want to characterise the rebuttal, which I have here. I mean, we're still talking about definitions of household and community housing, aren't we? Really?
Yeah, there's an ongoing discussion around definitions. I guess from an overall perspective, I guess the position is well understood. Rotorua has interrogated that across the country. That news story doesn't change from their perspective. National planning standards, seeking to implement those across planning documents for the sake of clarity. In this case, they're seeking the introduction of the definition of household. Purely for the purpose of clarity, when you cross-reference the definition of residential unit, and it also seeks to highlight the support element, which is probably the key issue at play. The second arm, or from a planning point of view, in my opinion, is probably that is stated throughout my evidence in other cases, is what's the net difference in effect from a residential activity and that of a household that has Rotorua involved with it and their service providers. I totally get the view that council's role and function is to look at residential activities through performance standards, but when you get to the use, the occupants of these households are entitled to be part of the community. They've been through checks and balances under the ambit of other legislation. And I really do, from a planning point of view, at that particular point question, if you were looking at a household on a street that is occupied by a normal family, whatever that happens to be in society today, versus a household occupied by Rotorua, in terms of occupants, there's a very little, if any, sort of differential from an effects-based point of view. We really do turn our mind as a planning fraternity to those core issues of bulk and location of buildings, consequential effects in terms of amenities such as noise, traffic, etc., etc.
Yeah, and I mean that argument will obviously be even more strengthened by clause 108, I think, of the Natural Built Environments Act, which in actual fact makes consideration of persons irrelevant. Yeah, but that's not yet with us, even though it's about to be signed.
Not quite.
Yeah. And I absolutely understand.
Yeah, look, other than that, I don't really have too much more to add. Certainly open to answering any questions that you may have.
Yeah. No, as I say, I think we absolutely understand the position that you're putting forward, and we'll deliberate on it. So, Ms. Thomas, unless there's anything else you want to tell us?
No, not unless you have any questions from Ms. Miller around operational matters.
Not unless there's something that you want to tell us that we're not even aware that we should ask you.
No.
Right, right. So thanks.
Straightforward. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much. Right. First Gas, is there somebody from First Gas here? We have a not sure we have anything. Sorry, I can't recall. Do we have any pre-statements or anything?
No,
filed?
and again, I asked commissioners.
Just introduce yourself. Anyway.
Okay, kia ora. I'm Pam Mankiewicz. I'm the Land and Planning Advisor at First Gas. I work across the whole of Te Maui, the North Island. So at the moment, as I'm sure you can understand, our resources are extremely stretched between the policy that's coming out of central and local governments and the weather events that are now operational with multiple emergency works occurring. Yes. So I do state that we did not manage to provide a statement of written evidence, and I apologise for that.
That's right. That's right.
What I'm here today is to do basically speak to our submission was a very generic one in terms of what we're seeking across the plan changes, which is an understanding of the safety requirements we have in terms of the pipeline, yes, both the operations and activities that exist in proximity to the pipelines.
Right.
As per my submission, we First Gas own and operate the infrastructure. We're basically the underground equivalent of the transmission grid and the power distribution grids. We do both. Mm-hmm. We do not own the gas that's transmitted within those pipelines, but we are tasked with maintaining pipeline safety and surety of supply. And that is where we come from in our submission approaches. I note in the section what we seek, and aspirationally, we seek to obtain a pipeline corridor that provides a 30-metre setback either side of centre line of the transmission pipelines. These are pipelines that have an operating pressure usually above 2,000 kPa. Mm-hmm. And they, like I say, within the Rotorua region, they don't come right into the central city. They stop southeast of Rotorua at the DPs, at the distribution point station, but we do have multiple distribution lines. So the transmission line stops outside of the city, but we have multiple distribution lines that feed residential and industrial purposes within Rotorua city itself. And these are fed by strategic distribution lines, which operate at a operating pressure between 420 kPa to 42 kPa to 480 kPa and above. So there is quite a bit of pressure going through. What we seek is not only to enable us to do our operational maintenance, so actually accessing the pipelines to regularly inspect, but also to ensure that we don't have inappropriate activities that occur in proximity to those. The Section 42A report from the council planner noted that there is the before you dig, which provides a sufficient surety that they did not feel there was a requirement for further protection under the district plan. While we do rely a lot on the before you dig, and it's a very valuable resource, unfortunately, it's often left at the contractor stage. So once the works are commencing is a time that they start looking at, well, where are the utilities located? What happens then is we don't have an ability to look through if there's nothing under the district plan requiring, for instance, subdivision or the planner to consider gas pipelines. We're often left with a situation that has occurred, for instance, in Auckland, where we have a childcare. We have one of our stations that's located within the car park of a childcare. That means that if we need to do any operational, such as venting or any activities like that, it's extremely difficult. We have to operate outside the hours of childcare. We have to set in there's a lot of constraints to us just being able to do the work we need to. If there's an emergency event, as has been happening in many of the regions because of weather situations, then that again makes it extremely difficult if there's an evacuation requirement in this built up populations. An example of subdivisions, we have a subdivision down in Peka Peka. It's industrial more than residential, but there is no consideration of an existing station within their subdivision design that they've got, or I understand is going to consent for council. I'm not aware if it's actually obtained consent with council yet, but there's been no recognition of the location of either our pipelines or our station within their subdivision layout that we've seen. And the only reason that we've seen that subdivision layout or the brief one is because they needed us to relocate our ancillary assets, which are our corrosion protection assets, which are located quite a distance from the pipeline themselves, but obviously provide cathodic protection to stop corrosion in our pipelines. So these are examples of why we're trying to get some sort of trigger or some sort of consideration under district plans to at least consult with us. We're not looking to, we obviously support intensification because ultimately they become customers in terms of provision, but we do want to ensure safety both for the community and for our operations.
Thank you, Ms. Dunkovich. Just background, distribution lines, are they placed by way of easement or by,
no.
I mean, how does anybody know that they're, I guess, first question.
We have a map, GIS mapping system available, which we make available to councils free of charge, etc. Again, they're in there before you dig. As with any other utilities, they're available there, but they are available on our website. And again, we make that layer through GIS available to all councils and have provided that information through to councils.
Right, okay. And I think just in terms of reading the relief that you're seeking, I think you're wanting an assessment criterion in the first instance, and secondly, you're wanting a consultation zone or presumably a requirement to consult 60 metres either side of the transmission pipeline, although that sounds like that's not an issue because it's outside the residential areas.
It's outside, yeah.
And 8 metres either side of the strategic distribution pipelines. Okay, and that would obviously have to be mapped on the planning maps in order for the public to know.
The majority of them are within road beams. Obviously, that's the general location.
Yeah.
With intensification, that can be impactful in terms of the proximity of front yards, the reduction of front yard setbacks, etc.
Okay. All right. Any questions?
No, just it would be helpful if the staff could reconsider this and then reply, see if there is scope for either a performance standard in Res R3 or a matter of discretion that could address the issues that have been raised. I mean, we wouldn't want people digging up one of these gas pipelines by mistake, would we? So, yeah, see if you can, and obviously liaise with the submitter to see if there's some wording that would not be ultra vires but addresses the concern. Thanks.
And just again, just a background information. The strategic distribution pipelines, are there lots of them, or is there 3 or 4, or what are we talking about in terms of?
That's a good question. I can't give you exact numbers, unfortunately.
Roughly?
I can roughly. I think there's approximately 5 within Rotorua, but I can get that information.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be quite useful to know where they are.
Yeah,
because that might make a bit of a difference as well.
Sure.
Unless council already knows where they are, does council know? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I can get that information through to you.
So thank you for that. Do you have any? Well, thank you, Ms. Unkovich. Thanks for bringing this to our attention. And certainly, yes, yes, if we can avoid it, we can. We will.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. France. You don't normally travel. I'm used to seeing you on remote rather than in person. Yes. So. What's going on? We've got those. Good. Thank you. And let's get the paperwork up. Not that. Hang on. Cancel that. That's done. That's done. Let's find. Where are we? Right. All right, I think I've now got all that I need. I just can't believe that we're on time. Well, the first time I think this week that we've been on time, so you know it's marvelous. Just make sure you don't stop us. Right, Mr. Friends, welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, commissioners. I start with my pepeha. Tēnā koutou rangatira, tēnā koutou whānau. Nā mihi ki te iwi o ta arawa, ko whakamarama te kāinga, te rangatua nehu, te manga, te tupuna, te awa, ko Keith French toka inua, nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Yes, I know most of the commissioners. My name is Keith French. I've made a submission and provided evidence previously, which I won't bother going over. I apologise for the old school hard copy, but I was writing this last night and I thought, well, you might like to have it for reference later. So I've provided that.
Can't imagine why.
Just give me a call. I'd just like to take this opportunity to highlight a couple of key points from my evidence and that were raised in submission, and then I'll be pleased to answer your questions.
Okay.
So I think the first key issue is a question of scope. And the question is, can the ministry's requests for recognition as additional infrastructure be incorporated into a plan change for medium and high density residential development? This was discussed with council planners, and I guess it was an inconclusive one, which is why I mention it here.
Sure.
So in my view, there is a clear pathway from the purpose of the plan change, which is to provide more houses for more people, to the need to provide more physical infrastructure, such as water, wastewater, gas, as we've just heard, energy, communications, and to the need to provide for more soft infrastructure, such as community and health facilities, and in the ministry's case, education facilities. The equation is simple. More people results in more students, which leads to more demand for places in childcare, schools, and other education establishments. Councils everywhere are required to ensure that there is capacity in these infrastructure networks to cater for the population that is envisaged to be accommodated in the zoned area. The second key question is, where should these facilities be located? The majority of education facilities are located where the students are. That is, they're already located in residential areas. It's not just about the ministry's role as a facility provider, because, as you know, the ministry is a requiring authority, and schools are usually designated, thereby overriding the zoning provisions. But it's also about the provision of education facilities that are not or cannot be designated. So there are two things that I think need to be borne in mind when considering the provision of education facilities. The first is that even notices of requirement have to review the objectives and policies of the district plan. Without that framework, it becomes more difficult to present a notice of requirement in a way that engages with the community and the council. The second is that the largest number of education facilities present in an area is likely to be early childhood centres. These are not designated generally, they're probably privately run, and are of a scale that is easily absorbed into the fabric of the residential area. Often they are converted houses. The Ministry's submission seeks to acknowledge the second point by providing for facilities that are established in residential scale premises of up to 200 square metres floor area as permitted activities. These are not unusual in other districts, and I have provided a copy of the planning regime in a selection of other districts to show this, to support it. Providing for this level of activity in the residential area has positive effects on the environment in a number of ways, not least being that they meet the needs in a community. In addition, if they're located in an area where demand is focused, it is more likely that more students will be able to walk or be walked to the centre, reducing the dependence on cars, reducing carbon dependency, and benefiting communities and families that can't afford a car. So the suggested changes to the plan change in the Ministry's submission and in my evidence would help to fill the gap in providing for services that will be necessary to meet the needs of an increasing population, which harks back to the purpose of the plan change. And now I will answer questions.
The 200 square, where does the 200 square come from?
An average size of a house.
I mean, I just noticed in your examples, there's a mix of metric versus number of kids or whatever.
Yeah, in a 200 square metre house facility that's converted, for example, they need, I think it is 125 square metres for students, balance areas for staff, facilities, and that 125 square metres will accommodate 50 students or 50 children at that stage. And that's the Ministry goes through a process of licensing these facilities in bundles of 25. So that's a relatively common, I suppose, 2 to 5 year old facility.
Right. Okay, good.
Yeah, Mr. French, thank you for your evidence. Obviously, schools are an important part of residential development. So just thinking about the relief you've asked for, thought I had, and I'd just like to bounce this off you, potentially leaving the objectives as they are, because additional infrastructure as defined in the NPSUD obviously includes educational facilities, schools, and additional infrastructure I take as a subset of infrastructure per se. So I was wondering if we could, and the solution might be to leave the objectives as they are, but to have perhaps an additional policy that would go something along the lines like this: enable the provision of additional infrastructure required to support residential development in the Res 1 and Res 2 zones. Something as simple as that, that would then give you that leg up that you need in seeking a designation. And in a minute, a policy like that could even be footnoted to say that additional infrastructure is as defined in the NPSUD 2020. Would that be helpful?
That would be very helpful. I think that, that's where we were heading with the suggestions we were making. I'm not attached to any particular words, and those are far better than mine.
All right, no, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, just to follow that. So you'll be happy with basically what is a pipe opener for you rather than the bits and belts and braces.
Sorry, I'm hearing challenged, I'm told.
So am I, which is a bit of a problem when you're here, Commissioner. Right. No, so you're happy with a policy pipe opener rather than an activity status or something like that might be. I mean, it just wasn't quite clear whether you were saying yes, and or yes.
The policies, as Commissioner Van Voorthuizen mentioned, sounds good, sounds great.
Yeah.
I would still, as in the evidence and in the submission, be keen if you could see your way to
that's what I thought.
permitted status and restricted discretionary, and that's why I provided the attachments. New Plymouth is at the top there, and they follow that. We've done Waikato as well. And my brain is lost in the number that we've done so far.
No, that's good. Understand that.
Yes, I had that same question, but you've answered it in your submission. So thank you.
Thank you.
So thanks for coming today.
It was a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
See you again. Gosh, look at that, 1 minute late. It's pretty impressive. Yes, we're now, unless there's anything else that anybody wants to talk through, we're adjourned to 1 o'clock, I think. Yep. And anything else you want to talk to? Right, let's have lunch. We're adjourned to 1 o'clock. Thank you. Well, we don't have anybody scheduled till 1 o'clock, so. Yes. It's a pity we haven't got these other ones. Yeah, they're all over the place. Have a look at the- it is very different one from the sound. All right, thank you. Let's resume this hearing this afternoon. First up this afternoon is the Rotorua Seventh-day Adventist School Board and Schools Association. So if you'd like to come forward, thank you. Welcome again, and over to you.
Start that. Slides. With the slides.
Slides, please.
Zero o'clock anyway.
You'll be pleased to know this doesn't come off your time.
Okay, I'll carry on.
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say, you'll see our 4 names on the slides, but it's not there. So, okay. So I'm Roger Marshall. This is Lania Strickland. She's the principal of the school. Victoria Finch is a board member, and online, which you can't see, is Paul Thomas, our expert submitter. The New Zealand Seventh-day Adventist Schools Association is the owner of the land and buildings at 3 Tilsley Street, with a frontage also to Fenton Street, where the Rotorua Seventh-day Adventist School operates. We are also the proprietor of the State Integrated School and are responsible as a proprietor to provide and maintain the school property for the Rotorua School Board to operate a school. About 10 years ago, we invested over $500,000 to upgrade the school into a quality learning environment. Earlier this year, the school celebrated 70 years of operating from the site earlier this year. Interestingly, the first motel in New Zealand started in Picton about the same time. So we were operating in Rotorua before motels were. Since emergency housing came to our neighbourhood, we have had to contend with damage to our property a number of times. Also, rubbish thrown onto our property by tenants from the second-storey windows. Dog feces, used sanitary pads, etc. Not something primary school students need to discover on their playground. Also, a gentleman standing at an open upper window in his underpants with his hand in them. Not something students need to see. You will see some photos later. Our staff have endured verbal and threatening abuse, and this is not an ideal situation in which to operate a school. We have had to fence our entire property and replace fences with our neighbours in order to provide a safe environment. Our gates are kept locked while students are on site. If 3-storey heights are permitted adjacent to our school, we do not know who will buy and build. Maybe motels, maybe apartments, maybe even social housing. I see Kayanga Ora are objecting to our submission. Our school roll has been impacted by over 60 incidents we have recorded since emergency housing came to motels around us. We are very concerned that if the properties adjacent to our school are not excluded from Plan Change 9, that we will endure more of the same, but this time it will not be temporary, but a permanent issue, and our school roll will be impacted further. This is today why I'm asking you as commissioners to carefully consider our submission to exclude adjacent properties to our property from Plan Change 9. So once emergency housing ceases, we will know we can continue to operate our school free from the issues of the recent past occurring again. Thank you. Now.
Kia ora koutou. Ko Ngāti Piki au ngā tamatia tūtahi kawati te hapu, ko Te Arawa Te Waka. Ko Lania Strickland tuku ingoa, and I'm the current principal of the Rotorua Seventh-day Adventist School. This year we're celebrating our 70th Jubilee. We specifically provide Christian education, that's our special character. We're situated right in the middle of Fenton Street, so just down from the Margareta Street roundabout. If you just drop down the hill, we're there. We are Rotorua's smallest school. We have 2 classrooms, essentially a small rural school in the heart of the city. I've been an employee at the school for 20 years. I'm one of the longest standing principals with over 10 years of experience. I have a solid understanding of the school and the neighbourhood over a long period of time. Our students, I might just get you to flick through, sorry. This is our tamariki here on our graduation ceremony. I just wanted to highlight our tamariki because these are the voices that we are hearing today. We are the only school that have made a submission, and I don't take that lightly. Sorry, okay, continue. Our students are taught to care for the environment. This mana whenua, and they consistently care for our local community. We participate in keeping New Zealand beautiful by picking up rubbish every year at Murray Linton Park. We rake leaves on Wiley Street for the elderly. We provide Christmas carols at our local elderly home. We catch catfish in the lakes so their hands can feel it. And we provide porphyry right here for our new citizens. Our top reading group have thoughts and opinions on the fluoridation of water. That's the current case that our council are talking about. So we take pride as active citizens and participants of our city here in Rotorua. These students will fill your seats one day in the future. These are our leaders, and children are parents' taonga. And my husband says that to me all the time. You are responsible for the most precious treasure that parents have. This is the picture of, we had our school jubilee, and both these students are head students. Me whāroa is head girl at Rotorua Girls High. She came right through the school. And also on the left, we have Otis Burt, who is head boy at Matamata College this year. Last year, we spoke extensively about the increase of incidents that we had seen, with 20% of the 60 incidents that Roger shared being classified as high risk to the personal health and safety of students and staff. A further quarter of incidents were threatening behaviour towards staff and students, and damages to property, such as used tampons and nappies being thrown out of our neighbouring windows. I have two concerns that I just would like to highlight to our commissioners. One is the long-term viewing of students on our property from residents that we have no knowledge of. You will see further in the presentation a photo of a man with his shirt off looking down at our students, and that was the first time as principal that I realised this situation was of serious concern. How was I going to manage that, and how were we as a board going to provide a safe environment for our students? Continuing on from that, we've had threatening behaviour from residents alongside our property in two-storey building, including adult occupants calling down from the windows, "Keep it down, you bloody mother, haha, you bloody niggers," abusing and threatening students to fight because their school uniform is blue. We have also viewed people coming out of the windows, walking across the roof with holding a child to get from one window to the other. Regularly, we have rubbish thrown on our premises, including drug paraphernalia, again, used sanitary pads, human and animal feces, gas torches, and every day we have the neighbour coming through to check that it is ready for our students, so they don't have to view that on a regular basis. The windows to the building next to us have been spray painted. However, regularly we need to check it. There's also little locks that have been put on, but at times these become open, and again, we're faced with long-term viewing of our students. Even though the windows are spray painted, I would say you could just scratch a little hole out, and again, there's access to our students. So that's very much my concern leading our school and providing a safe environment for our students. School enrollments have been affected as prospective parents consider the location and risks for their child. We went through a drop in our enrollments. It has come back up, but as I talked with my finance team last night, after today, perhaps parents might reconsider. The other issue I have was I had the opportunity to listen to the Ministry of Education presenting just before lunch and speaking about, and we have discussed this at the Rotorua Principals Association extensively, the support given to education when there's been such a high, when there will be a high influx of intensified housing, and how will, the provision of education support that principals and leaders will have. My time is up, I've heard. But I would like to put it out there that already we have a teacher crisis, and that we are struggling to find teachers to teach in our schools. That needs to be considered. Support, we've seen the impact. Educational leaders have seen it with the emergency housing influx, and how we had to have, we had attendance issues. Vans were going out from the motels, out of educational leaders' time and energy to put these together. Food at schools, not to mention the social issues that educational leaders have to deal with on a daily basis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland.
Ngā mihi. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Victoria Finch, a board member, and as Roger said, our school has been here on site for 70 years. And you can just see a view from the outside. And what I'd like to showcase is the location of the school. So it's just so you can get the picture of why we have made a selection.
We did actually go down Tilsley Street the other day.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
So you can see we have the school right here. This is the church building. This is not part of the school. This is the school building. The boundary is along here, the playground, the shed, and this is the neighbouring motel, which is a 2-story building. Next slide. As you're fully aware, more so than we are, of all of the specifics of PC9. We are here, this little green spot. We are currently designated Reserve 3 Zone Community Asset Reserve, which provides for educational activities. And so what the PC9 would mean was that everything surrounding us would be affected, and our submission is wanting to exclude from PC9 just the surrounding properties, and we call it a safe zone around our school. So all we are wanting is an amendment to and then apologies, this is my handwriting here. These are the properties that we're concerned about. We're not concerned about any others. We want to see a creation of a safe zone for our kids. You'll see here, and Lani has mentioned issues from the 2-story building next door. You'll see how close this is to the edge of our property. Next slide. So the Fenton Court Motel is here. You can see our back neighbour is here. So you can imagine this is a 1-story building. If it was a 3-story, and the proposal is that our Fenton Street neighbours could actually go to 24 metres. So you can, and I guess what we're trying to say is we've had issues on a 2-story building that have taken a significant amount of principal and staff and board time and proprietor time in managing. If we are completely surrounded, it feels like it would be an overwhelming situation. Next slide. This is our playground, our new playground, and you can see the houses from Holland Street right on the perimeter. Next slide. So this is just to remind you of the legislative requirements of school boards. The Education and Training Act outlines our duty of care to protect, and we need to support safety, health and safety at work as well for Lania and her staff. These are our requirements of school boards. Next slide. Safety of our students aged 5 to 13 is paramount and is something that we are required to do by legislation. We are wanting to exclude specifics surrounding properties in order to provide a safe zone. We were very concerned after we went through the 42A report that our submissions were recommended to be declined. That was the kind word. I think the writing in it was rejected. And we wanted to appear today to outline that these are actually very serious concerns. So next slide, thank you. Again, this is our frontage on Tilsley Street. This is the current church building. And I guess, you know, we don't know what happens in the future. The school has been on this property for 70 years. So we don't know what the future holds, whether the church building may move and other, you know, residential housing may turn up in the future. We can't plan ahead for 70 years. And that's why we are here today to say, we don't know what happens in the future. Please consider a safe zone for us. Next slide. These are just some, and you can just flick through these, just illustrating some of the items that have been tossed over from the one side. And this is, and those of you who were at the previous hearing last year are familiar with this. Issues with close proximity, boundary. Again, this is the situation that both Roger and Lania referred to. Lania was smart enough to, and onto it quickly to grab a quick photo. This was later on in the piece. I understand it went on for a significant amount of time. So thankfully our neighbour has since frosted over some of the windows since then. However, we don't have the time or capacity to go through every single neighbour and request that their residential house gets frosted over. If you've just built a brand new house and you're on the third floor apartment, you're not going to want to cover your windows. So hence we're seeking a safe zone. We show you this next slide so that you can see the seriousness of our request. The buildings are very close. The school property is completely surrounded by houses and motels. And this is for safety reasons that we are making our submission. We do not believe as a school board that we can meet our statutory obligations if people are permitted free viewing access to our tamariki from up to 24 metres in height, completely surrounding the entire perimeter of our school. Next slide. I'd like to hand over, this is set the scene, and we'd like to hand over to Paul Thomas to speak from a planning expert perspective. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Ms. Finch, and welcome, Mr. Thomas. If you put the microphone on.
Might need to. He's on mute.
I think if you can hear me, you just need to take your mic off mute.
Got it. Sorry. I hadn't actually figured that. Thank you very much. You can hear me now?
Yes, can indeed.
That's good, because it's not much good me being here if you can't hear me.
Well, we have your statement.
Yes, that's true. So thank you very much. I've obviously been listening to the presentation so far, and you have my evidence, which I concede was submitted late. So I'm assuming that you're happy to accept that evidence.
No, that's fine.
And I intentionally put some key messages at the end that I'm going to focus on in terms of talking to you very briefly. I'm not going to go through the evidence in detail because you'll have read it more recently than some of the other evidence given the timing. Yep. So if we turn to page 15 of my evidence, I'm just going to go through those key messages.
Yep.
So firstly, the Act does provide a clear mechanism to consider and evaluate additional qualifying matters for residential zones. So section 77L through to, and particularly the last point in 77I. The specific characteristics, so 77L makes certain requirements in terms of process that I go through in the evidence, but the first thing is that the specific characteristics are clearly identified. And what I say is the specific characteristics that make the level of development inappropriate in that area is the visibility of the school on site activities from the windows and outdoor balconies of residential and tourist accommodation activities, and particularly emergency accommodation activities. And that's been set out very clearly before me. There is clear evidence of drug, alcohol and other problems in emergency housing nationwide. I talk about that in more detail in my evidence. There is clear evidence from the school, as you've heard, of problems of this nature in emergency housing adjacent to the school. Now, I talk in my evidence about some of the policies that are in the plan or proposed in the plan that seek a safe environment, which is not currently being achieved at this site. Screening was suggested in the Section 42A report, and screening with planting to the proposed permitted height levels proposed is simply not practical. In the adjacent residential properties, there are, in my assessment, few, if any, feasible intensification opportunities because of the level of development already in place. But that's not the case in the COM Z4, which is also adjacent to the school, which is proposed to be enabled to a height of 24 metres. Given the extensive supply enabled by PC9, site-specific restrictions that are proposed in the submission will not, in my assessment, materially affect the overall capacity of what PC9 is seeking to achieve. Interestingly, this is a reverse sensitivity issue in a very clear sense, which is recognised in the COM4 zone as an issue, but hasn't been addressed by PC9. This has the potential for costs associated with even school relocation or closure if it was left unaddressed. Clearly, there are benefits in providing a healthy and safe environment for the school. This can be achieved through retaining existing height standards as proposed in the submissions. Well, it can be achieved to a degree in terms of retaining existing heights, which of course would still allow a degree of redevelopment in that some of the adjacent properties are single story and could of course be enabled to a second story even with the existing height standards. So it's not exactly putting a total choke on the immediate adjacent area. Plan Change 9 proposes resource consent for new buildings in the COM4 zone, and I've drilled down into that a little bit in my evidence. And scrutiny of the detailed rule and standard mechanisms shows, in my assessment, significant inadequacies and could even encourage the opposite to what is sought to be controlled. Remedy of this is complex in relation to anything other than addressing it by way of height control or alternatives relating to outlook space and outdoor amenity areas and windows, etc. It could be achieved by a suite of policies, rules and standards that apply to the specific properties and probably the specific facades that face the school. However, a control on height that enables all issues to be considered regarding design of taller buildings through at least a limited notified process is more efficient and effective. I'm conscious of time, so that's, you can obviously address any questions to me or the other witnesses.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Just a question, and council may want to answer this one as well. And I need to go and have a quick look at what interface controls are there between COMZ4 and Res1? I mean, typically there are interface controls when you've got zone boundaries around, and there are obviously zone boundaries here.
Well, I've drilled into the. I'm not an expert on the rules of the plan, but I have not identified any in my limited excursion into the rules in terms of interface rules. But I could be wrong.
Well, we'll get those come forward in due course. I guess the broader issue that I hadn't actually appreciated before the presentation today was that you're seeking to have controls over more than simply the COMZ4 zone. So you're looking to actually put constraints on residential properties. I couldn't count the number, but there are at least a dozen properties that you've got articulated in your submission, as I understand it.
We had them all listed in our original submission.
I'm sure you did. I'm not doubting that. It's just I didn't actually count them as they were up on the screen there.
I think it's about 19 properties in total.
Yeah. Okay.
Including the commercial properties.
with the current arrangement, but
But I
they have
haven't
not been
heard,
included in PC9.
I understand that, but I haven't heard that there's any issue with them.
No, and that's why we would say, rather than them being now allowed to go to the 12 metres, that they would stay as a safe zone as they are.
No, I understand what you're looking for, but to put controls on other people's property without in actual fact having any presenting problem is itself a problem. So
Well,
that's what I'm highlighting.
It's beyond our expertise.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Thomas, have you got any comment on that?
Look, I think I say in my evidence that there is a spectrum of concerns here where the issues put emergency housing use of motels at the top of the list, and the residential neighbours probably at the bottom of the list. But the school is concerned about clearly the potential across that spectrum of the sort of issues that have arisen.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand that you don't want to be surrounded by tall buildings. I get that. No,
And I think one of the differences,
70 years ago.
yeah, having been there for 70 years, if we just rocked up 10 years ago and purposefully built a school in the middle of a residential area and said, too bad, it's a little different when you don't have the history.
Understand all of that. We have no, I won't go there. Right.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. No questions of clarification. I understand the issues you've brought before us, and Mr. Thomas has explored some possible solutions. We'll certainly be giving that some pretty considered thought, and I'm sure the staff will too when they come back to us with their reply report. But I take it, Mr. Thomas, from what you've said, the main concern from your perspective would be on the adjoining comms zone rather than the residential zone?
That is at the top of the list, yes.
And just looking at the site layout, because of the orientation of the school building, the residential properties, if I'm looking on your page 10, Mr. Thomas, the residential properties to the left of the school would have to look over the building the school building before they could look into the playground. So they might be of lesser concern anyway, compared to the motel, which is right on your boundary, isn't it?
Yes, I would agree with that in terms of degree of concern.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And of course, just to state the obvious, regardless of what happens through Plan Change 9, nothing happens until actually somebody wants to do something. And it doesn't change the existing situation one iota, does it? That's the unfortunate reality that you're living with. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you once more
for having us.
Appreciate your time.
And thank you
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
and for accepting our latest submission. Once we realised how serious it was, we engaged Paul. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right. I think just because the next part of proceedings will be easier if I do this, I'm going to hand the chair over to Commissioner Wilson to run the next part of the proceedings. Thank you.
Ka tira tēnā tātou mena kua tatu mai a mā tātua tēnā whakatata mai. Ka tata mai ki te tēpu nei. Ka tira tēnā tātou I roto tō tātou nei whare I te mea ko rangona ka horahia tō tātou nei reo rangatira I tēnei wā me tīma tēnei taha ki roto ki te reo no reira tēnā whakatau mai. Tūhoi maumau kai maumau taonga maumau tāngata ki te pō whakatau mai. Kei te hoki taku mahara I te wā tai hoi noa au ki te whakapuare tanga o tēnā te marae ki mātātua ara kei rotu i a te arawa he pai aua wā. Ngoi kore rau i tērā wā, ihu hupe rau i tērā wā, kua ki te hoki ngā kāwai rangatira wau rā kai te mihi aka kia koutou. Me te mihi hoki tēnei taha ōku no te arawa rā kutaku aku whananga no turuta ngā kau o Ngāti Whakaue. Engari he hononga no kia Ngāti Manipoto kai te whakaaro hoki ki tō koutou ngā rangatira e oki ana kai roto ia mātou kai kāwhia. Nō reira kai te mihi ake, kai te mihi ake, kai te mihi ake, ka huri.
I te tuku i o mātou whakaaro mō te ahi o tēnei kau. Nō reira, ko te mihi e kātika, me mihi kātika kia tātou katoa. Ki te huna kōkore i ki te tirohanga tana tai tēnei wā. Nā rātou, nā waihana mai a tātou e honi tātou i tēnei tāone Pākehā mai Māori. Iwi mai iwi atu. E honei mātou anā i tūhoi roto i Rotorua nui a ka humata mo moe nā runa i te aroha nui mai a te aroha ki a mātou kia nā i tūhoi. Ko ia te takoha nui ki tō mātou marae, mātātu. I tae mai ei mātou te tuku kōrero ki a kūtou. Mei kore kakarono mai kūtou ki o mātou whakaaro, ki o mātou mātaku-taku, ki o mātou nā kau kāre nei te tino rata ki tā kūtou e whakatakutu. Nō rei me whakapotoa ke wāku i konei, ko rātau o te huna kua huri ki tua, rātau atu ki rātau, ko tātau e noho nei, tēnā tātau katoa.
He mara, it seems, this meeting is on behalf to the tribe belonging resident Rotorua.
Sorry. And he pays homage to those who've gone before, all the iwi of Rotorua, and perhaps what he's about to say will not agree with what you may hold to, but he'd like to put down the thoughts of the marae mātātua, long resident from Rotorua. Really, the land was gifted by Ngāti Whakaue in acknowledgement of how long Tūhoi have lived in Rotorua.
Tēnā koutou. So we have our place here in Te Arawa through the generosity of Te Arawa. I'm talking Tūhoi. And so we've been here for the best part of a century. And we've had some whenua gifted to Tūhoi, upon which we have our marae. And we've come to lodge our concerns about what it is that you propose in terms of Plan Change 9. We strenuously object to the proposal in front of us. We've looked at the detail of what this is about, and just to say, to remind our people that we have our marae established on whenua that is completely envelops our marae. These are the reserves that we were talking about, which were originally set aside as medical reserves, I think, if I remember rightly. But those uses have never been put to use. And we are concerned that the proposed changes to build multiple storied houses, on these reserves. I think we do not think that it is a viable use of our whenua. I understand the nature of the fact that we have a serious shortage of houses. We are not again the proposal to grow our housing stock. It is not also our fault that we find ourselves here in this situation. That's been a long-standing problem, stemming back quite some years ago. Now it's caught up with us. It's caught up with us in a major way. And we accept the fact that there is a serious need to attend to our housing stocks and to grow our housing stocks. But we are concerned about where you are intending to grow these houses and the extent to which you intend to grow these houses, to establish these houses. Multi-storied houses looking over the boundaries of our marae is a serious overreach. It would completely drown the nature of what it is that we experience on our marae. We've come here to try and stop that from happening, but not to say that not to acknowledge that we don't have a serious shortage of housing. Somehow we've got to fix that up. Just looking at the post this morning, the Daily Post this morning, right in front of on the front page, he raru. And we continue to have that kind of raru in our beautiful city. Yes, we do acknowledge that we're looking for whenua, and you are now forced to be looking at some whenua which you regard as whenua that should never be closely looked at. For this type of, especially with this type of development that you're talking about, multi-storied buildings and the multiplicity of houses that you're thinking of building. We don't accept that at all. We are looking with our iwi, I'm talking about tūhoe, about looking at alternative housing. For our people, like I said, we have at least over 2,500, 3,000 people of tūhoe origin who live here in Te Arawa. And together with Te Arawa, we'd like to think that we can develop something else in place of what you're proposing for both of our people, and also to look at the original intent of the reserves in terms of the medical side of things, and to grow our medical services as well. As we well know, there are only a few of these in town, and they are very difficult to get to. Somehow we need to apply some measures of competition to grow that side of our town. Our medical services are getting more and more difficult to get to, and they're getting more and more costly. How can we impact on the affordable factors of our medical services? It's something that we hope that you might be able to look at and to reconsider in terms of Plan Change 9, and to listen to some of the people that have been talking about these in the past, reading about some of their stories. We concur with them. We concur with everything that has been expressed about the hardships that have been created in this town. We've only just known that yesterday we had an announcement from Wellington that all of the concerns around the pandemic are now gone. There are no more restrictions and what have you. And it was the pandemic that brought all of the raru to our beautiful city. And we found out from that process just what exactly we have in our city. We've been overrun by people who have been brought in from outside of town. And it is our view that we appear to be concurring with that continued transporting of people into our town. By the way that we appear to be putting in place the kinds of accommodation facilities that are needed. We need to grow our homes for ourselves.
Tēnā koe, kei te pāpā, e kōra anō tā tētahi atu. Koro hi te koro, me pātai ka tukuna muri. No, koro hi te koro.
Hoi anō no reira tēnei te mihi ki tōku rangatira, te kōrero mihi kia koto kei rungu te karanga I te kaupapa tēnei. Hoi anō. Ko Jimmy McLean, tōku ingoa. So just on behalf of the trustees of the Marae Mātātua, we put in our submission and that's set out there in before you. Some of the issues that the Marae are concerned about is the increased people traffic in the vicinity of the Marae and that can impinge on the cultural safety and the well-being of the Marae, its people and the facilities. And I'd take well, I'm encouraged by the previous submitters and their presentation up there and the issues that they face at their kura. And I suppose these are the issues that we do not want on our marae, that we don't need to be going out to pick up tampons, toilet paper, whatever rubbish that our neighbours sort of might. And so it's about the care and protection of our marae, our facilities, and ensuring the safety of our people when they actually turn up. Also, marae functions on the marae, whether it be our tangihana, our hurakoa atu karakia, wānanga, could see the imposition of restrictive laws being imposed, restriction our ability to malaki, ngā manuhiri, and in that sense, it's about the noise control curfews that might be put on our ability to perform our functions on our marae. As our rangatira said, the area of Mātātua Marae was a gift to the people of Tūhoi from the mana whenua of Ngāti Whakauwe, as a place for Tūhoi to uphold and sustain and nurture our Tūhoitanga away from our cultural homeland, which is in Turuwera. Our rangatira, Te Rangiho, said the expression or the ability to express one's tūhoitanga is quintessential to being tūhoi. So our marae here in Rotorua provides that for us as tūhoi. So it's important. But you have my submission, but I just want to make reference to Section 6 of the Resource Management Act. And it talks about the protection of historical heritage from an inappropriate subdivision and use. I'm sure that's been put to you fellas many times over the course of this process. We need to say that we need to look at the protection of our historical heritage from a marae's perspective, our ability to do our functions on our marae without impediment from neighbours. You saw the photos up there. You saw what potential forces could come through with, without using that word, but from neighbours and the rubbish and the actions of such. You know, we also want the protection of our structures, and if we don't have anybody on the marae, then we need to make sure that the safety of our tupuna whare is going to be safe. That's just addressing, and there are, you know, like inside the own district plan, there are objectives in there for you fellas to look at the protection of our cultural heritage. So yeah, I'll just leave that with you fellas. That's our part of the commission. We have submitted a copy of Aubrey's kōrero and his whakaro kei roto I tēnei kaupapa. O ia no, we've also submitted letters in support from the Pai Tapu o Ngāti Whakaue, supporting our submission in opposition. Likewise, from Ngāti Kia, the marae down there. So, and Albury also highlights the support from Pukeroa, Orua Whata. We don't have that. So I just leave that with you fellas. You know, there are obligations and obligations to look after everybody. So we do have our own aspirations. Always alluded to that. We're going to have housing, then we have a scheme, Papakainga development back home in Tūhoe land, eco villages. So it's the marae looking after the people looking after the marae. So,
Yeah.
It's refreshing to see generations long agreement being still supported. Pepa Kanori Hoki. Commissioners, any questions?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for your korora. Just one question in terms of the, I mean, I understand the overlooking issues. I mean, they're obviously similar but quite different from the ones that we just heard before. Is the area of your concern that area, and by the way, it's not our plan, just to be absolutely clear for everybody here, we're an independent hearing panel, so it's not our plan. We're here to hear this independently and make recommendations back. So we have, if you like, open license to change things within certain terms. So what you're bringing to us today is perfectly within our ability to do something about if that's the way that we decide to go. So the question is the concern the higher density block that's shown on the maps on the, I guess on the east side of Tarawa Road, or is it more general than that? Is it Tarawa? I can't quite read on this map. Is that one? It's just Tarawa. Yeah. So is it that, or is are there other issues perhaps in the wider residential area that you're concerned about?
Well, I think for us it's the proposal that, and it has been articulated to us from someone within the council that 2-story buildings 2 meters away from our boundary, obviously it's going to, up to 2 stories, it's going to impinge on our ability. You know, you look at the photographs provided by the kura earlier on, it's those sort of issues. How can we be doing karanga? How can we bring our tūpapaku, our bodies onto the marae and have them out there with our neighbours sort of looking at us? So that's impinging on our cultural ability to be able to perform our duties.
I guess the question to translate into my head is how far back from the marae land, from the reserve land, do we need to go to actually ensure your cultural safety on the marae itself? Have you got some sort of idea? I mean, is it back to a particular road or what's the extent of that?
I don't, well, you know, our preference is at this time not to have any. We haven't gone that far down our particular opposition. You know, we have looked at alternatives as far as roadways into the marae, which have been changed from one to another, and there are opportunities. We have tangihana, we have big tangihana. We need opportunity for our manuhiri to park off a busy street, which is, I think it's Reynolds Street. So, you know, it's about those things supporting what needs to happen on the marae.
And I certainly hear you when you're talking about reverse sensitivity effects when you're doing things on the marae and the possibility of having complaints coming back to you. Do you understand that? What?
I'm going to show you a picture because it's easier for me to show you the picture than trying to explain. This picture, here's your marae here. Obviously, you're concerned about zoning. Are you concerned about either side of it as well?
Yes.
And what about this block? Does that concern you?
That's the school.
No, that's across
That's the Muriki. Where the
Part of the reserve.
no, it's not. It's the reserve.
No, it's not.
But there's this rezoning proposal.
It's the Kura Rugby Club, and then it's just that area where the medical.
So ours is more around the reserve.
That's just the one doesn't already so much.
Not so much, but
Not so much.
definitely that, but more exists.
Okay.
For sure. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's just. That's one, that's one subject, but that's the main.
Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, kia ora me te kōrero. Nā tātou.
Tēnei te mihi ki o koutou i o koutou wā, ki a mātou, nā tūhoi, no Rotorua, no reira kāmi te mihi mai karanga mai, te mihi mai karanga mai.
Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā.
We have representatives here from Rotorua Lakes Trust. Tēnā kōrua. We've read through your submission there, so anything you'd like to draw our attention to?
Tēnei te mihi kia koutou kua piri mai nei tēnei rā. Kia ora everyone, my name is Brianna Cardon and this is Stevie Blythe Napier, and today we are presenting to you all on behalf of Rotorua Lakes Trust. The trust was established by the Rotorua Lakes Settlement Act 2006 and the Rotorua Lakes Trust Deed. The trust is mandated to represent the interests of the 14 stipulated lakes in the Rotorua Lakes Trust Deed, and the trust welcomes the opportunity to provide feedback to Rotorua Lakes Council on the proposed provisions of the housing plan change. And I'm here today to speak to and elaborate on a few of the key points that were made in our written submission, namely Rotorua Lakes Trust's mandate through the Settlement Act and the Trust Deed, ensuring a partnership with Te Aroha Hapu and iwi, protecting and elevating existing Māori communities, and preparing for the effects of climate change. So the Rotorua Lakes Trust mandate, the Rotorua Lakes Settlement Act 2006 gives legal effect to certain provisions of the deed of settlement. It recognises what we as Te Aroha have always maintained, that Te Aroha Lakes are a taonga, and our relationship as Te Aroha with the lakes and their surrounding environments has always been the foundation of our identity, cultural integrity, wairua, tikanga and kawa. The settlement addresses a number of Crown actions and omissions that have caused ongoing grievance to Te Aroha through returning the ownership of 14 lake beds, fisheries redress, and the mandate for the Rotorua Te Aroha Lake Strategy Group. The purpose of the trust is outlined in the deed of purpose, and the trust is established to receive, manage, and administer the trust fund on behalf of and for the benefit of the present and future members of Te Aroha, in accordance with this trust deed, including but without limitation, the promotion amongst Te Aroha of the educational, spiritual, economic, social, health, and cultural advancement or well-being of Te Aroha and its whānau. The maintenance and establishment of places of cultural or spiritual significance of Te Aroha, the promotion amongst Te Aroha of mental health and well-being of the aged or those suffering from mental or physical sickness or disability, and any other purpose that is considered by the trustees from time to time to be beneficial to Te Aroha. And it is with this backdrop that we made our written submission and why we're here to present today. Partnership between Council and Te Aroha Hapu and iwi. As you would know from reading our submission, the Trust is focused on ensuring that the Council is working in partnership with Te Aroha Hapu and iwi to fulfil obligations arising from Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Resource Management Act 1991 and the Local Government Act 2002 regarding engagement and decision-making. Of the 9 recommendations the Trust made in response to Plan Change 9, 7 clearly outlined that the Council must partner with Te Aroha, iwi and Hapu on various aspects of this plan change. And we acknowledge that these requests for partnership have been noted in the Section 42 report, but do not accept that this is not relief that can be provided in the plans in the plan change, and there are sound examples of partnership that should be maintained or at the very least acknowledged in this plan change. There are already examples in our community of what a successful partnership between council and Te Arawa can achieve. And I want to clarify that any reference to partnership and engagement that is made in our submission between Te Arawa and Rotorua Lakes Council is to be undertaken with Te Arawa Hapu and iwi, and not exclusively with Te Arawa commercial entities and landowners. And while there is an overlap between the two, there is slight difference between iwi entities and mana whenua at place who will be directly affected by this plan change. Secondly, the Trust supports the overall purpose of Plan Change 9 to address a significant lack of housing in Rotorua. However, we maintain that the plan change it is written is not sufficient in providing values-based solutions that meet hapu and iwi aspirations, as we heard from our previous speakers. Fortunately, there are a number of iwi and hapu planning documents and strategies that articulate Te Arawa visions, values, and aspirations. Additionally, there are multiple groups who are undertaking investigations into the specific housing needs of our whānau and hapu. Specifically mentioned in our submission is the housing strategy He Papakanga He Hapori Taurikura, a strategy for homes that was developed by Rotorua Lakes Council and Te Arawa Whānui, including Te Arawa Lakes Trust. Within this plan, it is acknowledged that Te Arawa and Council have identified safe, secure housing for all our people as our top shared priority to ensure positive, thriving communities. We see this as the same purpose as this plan change. The strategy also outlines the following principles that set out the fundamental beliefs or values that will govern the actions of Te Arawa and the Council, and we assert that the plan change must not impede on these principles. Firstly, mahitahi. As partners, Council and Te Arawa are committed to working together to develop and implement the strategic framework and the work programs flowing from it. Second, te hoahua, recognise the unique requirements and aspirations of the Rotorua community, and particularly Te Arawa, to thrive in an urban environment and ensure integration of cultural value and concepts into the master planning and urban design. Third, te taiao, housing developments promote and support best practice in environmental management through the application of sustainable development methodologies and land use practices that align with Te Arawa kaitiakitanga values. Four, manaakitanga, create livable communities with Te Arawa, for Te Arawa and the wider community that promote whānau, wellbeing and social prosperity through affordable housing, education and employment opportunities. 5, tukuiho, develop processes that support best practice in natural built and cultural heritage management, including the preservation and protection of archaeological and significant cultural sites and places. And 6, whaihua, facilitate and co-create opportunities for economic and commercial development that benefits Rotorua. Moving on to protecting and elevating existing Māori communities. We are in a privileged position in Rotorua where we have neighbourhoods built on unique cultural values. Our written submission addressed that historical rezoning of pā, marae, hapu, Papakanga residential communities to commercial and industrial has for too long supported people and aspirations external to these communities. These communities, in order to thrive, require the protection from exploitation and degradation by non-iwi owned businesses and developers, in particular tourism, accommodation sectors, and especially the impacts of commercial and factory industries. The Trust wants to see residential buffer zones around pā to be included in any zoning and policy documents. The Trust also maintains that the Council must ensure appropriate objectives, policies and rules are put in place for the relocation of all industry away from and the cleaning up of contaminated sites within Ngāpuna, Te Koutu, Ngataha and near any waterways, so that these communities can provide safe housing for those who live there and be available for people from there to move home. Preparing for the effects of climate change, As I mentioned, the Te Aroha Lake settlement provided for the Rotorua Te Aroha Lake Strategy Group, which creates a partnership between the Rotorua Lakes Council, Bay of Plenty Regional Council, and Te Aroha Lakes Trust for the purpose of contributing to the promotion of the sustainable management of the Rotorua Lakes and their catchments for the use and enjoyment of present and future generations, while recognising and providing for the traditional relationship of Te Aroha with their ancestral lakes. As this group will have to deal with any adverse effects that come from this plan change, we outline in our submission that it is critical that Council shares its evidence base, including any monitoring and rationale with Te Aroha regarding the environmental sustainability of its proposed medium and high density compact housing. Our key interests were what analysis has been done on the extent of population growth the district, waterways and our natural resources can sustain. What controls will there be on development to ensure water quality improves rather than becomes adversely affected? And what positive and negative impacts have been identified nationally and internationally of the proposed medium and high density compact housing on the health and well-being of natural environments, including water sources, waterways, geothermal fields, soils, Indigenous taonga species, and associated ecosystems. We acknowledge the Council providing the information they relied upon for the Plan Change 9 in and with the Section 42 report. However, we consider that the questions we had were not answered by those statements of evidence or appendices, and therefore the request for that information remains. And it is critical that these questions are addressed before the plan change is enforced. In conclusion, Te Aroha Lakes Trust emphasise our unwavering commitment to uplifting the mana and mauri of our lakes, our taiao, and our people and the wider Rotorua community. And we urge the Rotorua Lakes Council to continue engaging in meaningful partnership with Te Aroha Hapu and iwi. Ngā mihi nui, kia koutou.
And thank you for that. And you will give us a copy of that, won't you? Because that's longer than the submission. So, yeah,
Sure.
So it would be good to have that. I mean, from the panel's point of view, we're riding a rather rough and fast train here in terms of our timeline. You ended up saying that there are a number of matters that you had sought further information about in order to be satisfied on matters, but you hadn't actually got any responses on those. Not sure that within the time frame that we've got, whether even if Council does that, but there are a couple of things that you can actually put on our table now that we need to really focus on in terms of the Plan Change 9 as it currently stands and where we will get to within the next 6 months. So are there particular things that you can sort of say, yeah, you know, these we definitely want you to satisfy yourself on these matters? Because a lot of the mandate stuff and the relationship stuff, I mean, that's outside of our direct jurisdiction, right?
No, we just want to draw your attention to these concerns that we have so that they're in the forefront of your mind as you consider what recommendations you make for the plan change and especially the effects of climate change or the effects that these will have on our environment in the upcoming years. It's quite an immediate concern. So.
Kia ora, thanks for that. Just a query. You raised a point about partnership, and Council in Section 42A response talked about the consultation and engagement. I mean, it's relevant not so much in terms of PC9 itself, but just in terms of our consideration of process. Have you developed further? Like, do you think Council gets a tick or not really?
Noted. Yeah. I think it could be better.
Oh, it was just really where you think how the process of consultation, engagement, partnership is going now between Council and yourselves, and in fact the wider Te Aroha.
Is this on all matters? It's definitely improved a lot. Well, I'm only young, but it is improving, and there are examples of where it's doing well, like our Rotorua Te Aroha Lakes Strategy Group. But yeah, there's always room for improvement. So.
Okay, fine. I see Gina in the back, I think. She'll be taking notes, no doubt. Okay, tēnā kōrua. And by the way, te aroa whānau, ki hari te mea ka mihi te ringa maui ki te ringa matau. Ko tukuna te mihi ki a tūhoi, engari ko tāwa tāwa. Okay, tēnā kōrua. So, seeing as we're in a particular vein of inquiry at the moment, we'd like to just beg indulgence from Habitat for Humanity and come back to Habitat for Humanity, and then we'd like to now go to representatives from the residents of Rangitautaia Road, if they're in the room. Tēnā koutou. Your hands.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Katie Paul. I'm actually representing a number of ahu whenua trusts, but have been asked by the residents of Rangitautaia Road to join in my submission.
Well, there's no need for you to separate that if you wish. If you want to run the whole together, then that's fine.
We'll do this together.
Kia ora.
As I said, my name is Katie Paul. I'm a director and trustee serving on several large ahu whenua trusts in the Rotorua Lakes region. These include one of the largest Māori forestry blocks in the country, so that's 8,000 hectares on Lake Rotiti. That's Rotiti 15 Trust. I'm also on a large dry stock farm and forestry land block, Tautara Matawhota. It's about 4,000 hectares on Lake Rotorua Ehu. And I'm also on a large forestry and geothermal trust, which is about 900 hectares located on Lake Rotiti near Okau Bay. I'm also a trustee on Te Takinga Marae, which is located at Mariam. I've been asked to speak on behalf of the residents of Rangitautaia Road who live adjacent to the marae and who wish to build homes or papakainga for their whānau on Māori multiply owned land. So two of the residents are here today with me and they are in support of this submission. My submission speaks in support of one, amending the definition of papakainga. So the council planners have already provided some rationale behind that and we support that. Currently the definition says you must have a papakainga development adjacent or near to a marae. The problem is we have so much land available that our ahu whenua trusts are not located necessarily next to marae, yet we have intentions and visions to build homes. Secondly, we support amending the density provisions for development of papakainga within rural zones to allow for greater flexibility to build communal housing on multiply owned Māori land. So this includes a proposed provision which permits up to 10 residential units as a threshold for permitted activities, as it is considered viable for a single stage papakainga development. Now, the difference that I have with the council, the planner's suggestion is that they make a distinction between rural zones 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we make no distinction between the rural zones. We think it should apply irrespective to rural zoning to facilitate Papakainga developments, which are notoriously difficult to progress. And I'll go into some detail. And finally, we support revising the Papakainga definition to allow mana whenua to develop on land in general title, which is owned still by Māori. And this is support of the Kainga Order Homes and Community submission that was tabled in the written proposals. So I think for my first point I'd like to make is that the Rural Māori Land Trust and the community of Moria, which we're here to represent, is largely invisible to this district plan change and to the future planning of the district generally. I think to illustrate my point is if you look on the website, you take a look at the implementation map of District Plan Change 9. Moria is not quite on the map, nor is any of the Ahuwhenua trusts, which I represent. They're actually somewhere in the white space over here. So we haven't actually been factored into what this plan change is designed to try and implement for the future of the district. I think I'd like to talk a little bit about the vision of our land trust. Each year as a trustee, and I've been sitting on them since 2007, we have strategic planning groups of our big trusts, and we decide upon the vision and how we might implement the vision of our owners. And every year, the issue of Papakainga, how can we provide housing for our people, comes onto the agenda. Our land trusts have a vision to develop Papakainga upon our ancestral lands that personifies the values we embody as Māori. Whanaungatanga, familiar relationships, kaitiakitanga, looking after the land, looking after the environment, and kawanatanga, some form of control, independence. So the concept of Papakainga is still slightly different from what you might see in a Kainga Order housing development or a developer's plan that you see located around the city. It's not new to Māori and in fact marks a return to our traditional social structures inherent in pre-European Māori times. So one of my trusts, Tautaranga Whaira, which is located at Rotorua, had Papakainga aspirations dating back to 1990, when an original development application was put forward for 6 sites, was approved by the Rotorua Council, but work was not started and the consent lapsed. Then a second similar application for the same 6 sites was made in 1997, had to go through the Model Land Court, approved in 1999. However, again, it also lapsed. And there are reasons around that. Development costs being one of them, but planning restrictions are perhaps one of the biggest restrictions. So now our trusts seek to reignite the journey, only this time applying a whānau-centric, hapu-driven and expert-led approach to Papakainga development. This will ensure our development is shovel and investment ready. It is with this lens that we are motivated to provide whānau with the building blocks to establish healthy, equitable housing solutions through our traditional communal living practices combined with good access to services and infrastructure that will help our collective hapu thrive. But what's missing here is the planning, consents, and the ability to do this. And we possibly won't be able to do that unless we have some kind of visibility in the District Plan Change 9. In developing the Papakainga, we've looked at the national statistics. I'll briefly go through them. Māori home ownership rates, only 28% compared to 57% for the general population, and is declining. Māori make up 36% of public housing tenants, despite comprising just under 50% of the population generally. Māori are 5 more times more likely than non-Māori to be homeless. And this is attributed to affordability and finally lack of ability to service traditional home loans with the bank. I'll briefly skip the housing statistics nationally and get to the regional statistics. Cost of new building homes is high relative to the price of existing homes and incomes. In recent years, Rotorua seems to experience strongly rising rents, reflecting an underlying shortage in accommodation. However, rising building costs has meant reduced ability of market to respond to increasing demand. So to meet the demand for housing interventions are needed to meet the gap between the cost of new housing and what people can afford through. Reducing the cost to build new homes, including regulatory and building costs. Bridging the gap between the cost of housing and what farmer can afford to pay. And creating more housing supply. So, Toto Mitwhora, which I've been on since 2007 and is located on Rotorua Ihu, decided to conduct a housing survey of our shareholders and owners to determine what they'd like to see with Papakainga development. And that survey, another trust, Whangamua, which is located at Otamai, did a similar survey with its owners. So as our Whenua Trust, we are actively looking at ways to support our landowners. By having an understanding and empathy to the needs and wants of our whānau, we are better able to design a development that caters to their unique needs. So some of the facts about Rotorua Mitwhora Trust. We're over 100 years old. The trust land covers about 4,000 hectares. It's the largest landowner around Lake Rotorua Ihu. The total asset base is currently around 32 million. We're predominantly dry stock farming and forestry. We pay annually 50,000 per annum to the district in rates, and our shareholder base is around 2,000. We sent out a survey around housing in particular, and a total of 97 whānau responded to the trust. No less than 76 of the whānau respondents expressed serious interest in living on a Papakainga and expressed interest in developing that within 1 to 3 years. And so demand was clearly evident. From our shareholder survey, no less than 16 whānau members were determined to be residing in unfavourable condition. The negative impacts of this housing crisis and housing system failures on Māori are all clear for Rotorua Mitwhora whānau who are unable to access a private dwelling to rent. 16 of the whānau were identified as highly vulnerable and in immediate need for housing. This targeted whānau cohort will all experience one or more of the following: overcrowded homes, unhealthy living conditions, lack of affordability in the rental market, and unable to secure a permanent housing arrangement. I could go on, it's quite a long survey, but I won't. We took that survey as trustees and we decided to reinvigorate the Papakainga Development Housing Development Plan. And we came up with siting, and I'm sorry I don't have a map to show you, but 6 sites onto a block of the trust land. Has great views. We don't obstruct anyone else's views because we're the largest and the only land owner out in that region. We earmarked 6,500 hectares or square metres, sorry, of our land and the site, and we commissioned consultants to come up with a development plan for us. A total of 6 sites would form the initial build with the potential for additions in the long term. And the goal with the development was to create quality, affordable living, but also to have us focus on social responsibility and communal living. This will result in the creation of a sociable, safe, and secure environment for whānau of all ages. We looked at the idea of looking at eco-friendly pods, transportable homes that are more economic and affordable for our people to access. And the proposal was put forward to a group of consultants to come up with a development plan. So the proposal of 8 house site slots was similar to the 1990 design. The main difference was the size of the lots had decreased down from 1,000 square metres to 540 square metres. So the current rules currently restrict any development to a block of 2,000 square metres with only 1 dwelling. So our consultants end up advising us that we can do this plan, but to do so would mean seeking planning consent, finding ways to work around the rules, paying for an enormous amount of planning consents to do so. And I've got about 3 to 4 pages of the list of requirements that our trust would need to jump through before we even put a stick or a stone on the ground to start any kind of bill. And I think rather than go through that list, what it highlights and what I wanted to highlight was that because our own whenua trusts, which have an enormous amount of land, we have a desire and a vision to provide housing for our people and to be part of the solution mix to the housing crisis. We currently can't do so because the planning rules, including District Plan Change 9, does not provide us with the ability to do so. And that's the very simple point. By restricting, and we are a rural zone 4, development to 2,000 square metres, 1 building, we automatically are not even in the discussion. And that's a very basic point that I'd like to make around Papakainga developments, and put that forward as a challenge, a tono to this board to consider. And
Could I just check if you're able to, because there's a lot of information there, if you're able to ensure that someone somewhere, maybe the front desk or something, you can get a copy electronically to them so they can get a copy to us, and we'll read that in, as part of our deliberations.
Yes. But before I finish, so I've spoken mostly about the large whenua trusts in the district. I should say there are 2,000 trusts in the Rotorua Lakes region. I've looked at the top 20, which included the inner city ones, Pukeroa, Ngāti Whakauri. I'm a beneficiary of those. The rural district ones on all sides of the district. And essentially they're huge trusts. They largely operate under the radar. They're highly conservative farming, forestry, property development trusts. But they have an enormous role to play in the future of the district and of the people. Our trusts are largely legacy trusts. That is, we are constantly as trustees thinking about the next generation and how we can provide them. Unlike development lands, we are not able to sell our lands, we inherit them, and therefore we're not going anywhere. We are obliged as trustees to provide for our future generations, our beneficiaries. The future, as I see it, is that we might be rural now, but we will be urban within the next generation. Our future for our children will include electric cars, it will include smart homes, it will include a close connection between ourselves and tauranga, ourselves and whakatane, of which these Awhiwhenua trusts are on the highway. And therefore it's incumbent upon the council to think long-term, because we as trustees think long-term, intergenerationally, in the next 100 years. And now to move very closely to the home ownership on the ground, I just wanted to hand it over to Carolyn, who brought this issue about being Māori landowners and trying to build on our lands.
Thank you, Katie. And I too tautoko. What Katie's had to say today is my family are shareholders in these large land blocks that she's been speaking of. So ko ai au ko matapaurak te maunga, koro titi ki te ai ihinga, te roto, ko au tanga pōtaka tāpiti te awa, ko te tākinga me, kuna whakareia ngā marae, ko nā te piki a te hapu, te aro te iwi, te aro te waka, ko Caroline tau te ahau. My kōrero today is about building papakainga on our home whenua out Mauria. At the moment, since Plan Change 9 come into effect and these letters and emails were distributed, things have changed because we are in the process of building a second dwelling on our property. The main issue back then was because of the zoning, we were classed as farming rural zone 1. We live in the heart of Mauria on the Oho Channel, and the properties between each other, there was a meterage. You had to be 10 metres away from your adjoining neighbours to build a home. So if we were to build a home, if none of these changes went into place, it would be a small little box, because if you were 10 metres that way and 10 metres in that way, you don't have much space. And yet we have quite a bit of land out there that our property on its own could probably fit around 5 homes. And when we look at the plan for Rotorua and the papakainga being in Rotorua, and you building on a 1/4 acre section, you're practically touching your neighbours, and you're allowed to do that in town. And when we're out at Mauria, we don't have that. More recently, as we're dealing with Sigma engineers, the last comeback to us was these new changes to do with earthquake. So we're always hitting barriers, and that's our most recent one at the moment. So for our papakainga to happen out there and being by the Oho Channel, there's also with climate change, you've got the rising of the Oho Channel. We've had to us, we don't feel like there's been any protection around our Oho Channel. We still have boats coming down, speeding. When they speed, the water goes up onto our back lawn. It could come in about 25 metres off the Oho Channel. We've had a conversation at a hui with Rotorua District Council recently about discussing all of that and about looking after our Oho Channel. So it's hard for me to speak to you and write on paper when everything I have is in here and in here. I'm the 4th generation that's now living on on my tupuna's land. And I have 2 generations under me that are in my home as well. So there's 6 generations now that have gone through the whenua that I'm living on at the moment, which is in my name. So that's all I have to say today. Thank you very much.
Tēnā koutou. I'll just hand over now for questions.
I think what I'm taking from you is that you're happy with the proposed redefinition of Papakainga in terms of what that will enable as a result of some of the provisions of PC9 that are coming through. I don't understand, and I guess we'll get an answer to that as to why there's a difference, a distinction between the 10 permitted dwellings on rural 1 as opposed to the 5 on 2 and 3. And I'll understand that. We'll get council to clarify why those numbers are different. And there will be a reason, but I don't know what that is. So the general drift of PC9 is in actual fact in the direction that I think you're seeking. What I'm not quite sure of is what extra you're seeking. I mean, the definition of Papakainga that is now being recommended to us for recommendation basically isn't just residential, of course. It includes commercial and it includes other activities and so on. Although there's a limit in terms of the I think it's a 500 square metre max in terms of industry or commerce. Are you looking for that side of things as well, or is it really just the housing part of the
So the density provisions are still quite limiting. If you're in rural zone 4, which is where the majority of our ahu whenua trusts are.
I don't think there was a rural 4. Is there a rural 4?
Referring to residential.
Sorry?
They may be referring to residential 4.
Oh, Res 4.
Which is the lakeside settlements.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think there is some concern by rural lifestyle owners that their views or built-up development will interfere with their use of or their lifestyle use. The difference where some of our ahu whenua trusts consider we are the only landowners in the area. There are practically no other lifestyle owners around us, but we're caught up in that debate. So what our consultant, planner, advisor advice, we would have to have a separate discussion to get an exception developed for our development plans. And what I'm saying is because Papakainga are actually quite hard to get off the ground, to develop and to do that, we should not be the exception. We should be the norm because we are quite rare and there aren't that many Papakainga developments that have been done successfully for a whole host of reasons. But in the future, I can certainly see with the trajectory of our trusts and corporations and what they're capable of providing for and their willingness to do so, we can certainly make this happen. But we'd like to do it in concert with the planners and with the district plan. Yeah.
There was a question that I had that the Commissioner asked earlier, so they come here to kia koutou. Kia ora. Tunu te ngākau, haere mai. Mr. Chair, you can't be Māori without having a perceived or actual conflict and coming to the table now as an uncle and 2 cousins, so I think I'll hand the chair back to you.
Ooh, lollies. Well, maybe we shouldn't hear you at all in that case.
He'd have to leave the room, not us.
All right, gentlemen, welcome.
Tēnā tātou te whai. Nei rā te tūra ngāti te ngākau, ngāti whakaua te momotaka. Mihi tuatahi ki ta pata atua, e whakawake tā mātou. Hoi anō, mihi nui ki a koutou rā te kuaru. nā pau whakahaere o tēnei hui, tēnei tamihi ki o koutou rā, i whakarongo ana ki ta hia a tura Ngāti Te Ngākau, Ngāti Whakau ki Mōta. Wei anō, e tukunātu te rākau ki tā mātou waha kōrera te whaari, e whakawāke, e whakamārama i a tātou katoa tā mātou hia a tura Ngāti Te Ngākau, Ngāti Whakau ki Mōta. Kia koe.
No, just that. Is this thing on? Te tuakana, tipene, ngā mihi kia koe eo. Tina, tēnā ko. Stuart, toku hoa, ngā mihi kia koe eo. E te kaimahi, kia ora tātou. I think John will be our main speaker today, and we won't be too long. But we are pretty much, we reside in the Mangataha area. We have two marae, one marae very close to the lake, and another marae that sits on the western boundary in what I usually refer to as the Okoheriki areas, but up into the Mamaku. And our boundaries generally lie between the Mangataha River, which is on the southern boundary of the township, over to the northern boundary of the town into the Waititi River. And if you were to follow those lines and go as far as you can, pretty much, those are our boundaries. Our kōrero today does sit around housing in Papakainga, but I'll leave some of that to John, and if there's some stuff that I want to say, I guess I'll just say it, but I should have introduced myself first. Jeff Rice Tukuingo, and I'm the chair of Ngāti Tura Ngāti Tanaka. And we're all directors. Kia ora, thank you. Kia ora tātou. Well, I've got my stop clock on, and I think I've been left with 6.5 minutes to give you 6 and a bit. Yeah, well, that's a bit more than half. So great. Just wanting to lay down what we think around this Plan Change 9. We totally support the Plan Change 9. We basically have whenua within the urban Rotorua and the urban Mangataha. But most of our land base is actually up in the rurals, heading over towards Te Pūtareru. And if I can just talk to the fact why we support it, we have 3 levels of people that we care for. We have the professional Māori, we have the whānau, tātou whānau, and we have our people that unfortunately do rely on kāinga ora. We do not believe it's just a government problem. We need to help them. We want to bring them home. We want them to engage, and we want them to know who they are. And we want to cater for the whole lot of them. And we don't think that it's fair that we should just rely on government. So we totally support this change. If there is anything that needs to be finalised, is the detail of the build. Sound transfer, fire transfer are issues for me as a construction person. I just want to move into Papakainga. Papakainga is our mainstay of what we have to do to get our people home because we have the land. Unfortunately, we've been governed by a district plan that does not allow us to utilise 100% of land Māori ownership. Because it's all rural, in the past we have had 2 different types of applications of Papakainga, 2 houses on one specific block of land, no matter what size it is. That have obviously changed without consultation with iwi to just building around a marae. I just have to mihi to the District Council. 2023 has made huge progress to allow us to utilise our land. It is not our fault that our marae tautinga
has had a highway and a railway line put through it, which has separated us from our urupa. We crossed our State Highway 5 to bury our people. We have a railway line that has devastated our whenua, that is in not existence now. And then we're told we can only build around a marae. This has actually been in my view, a suppression on our people. And then what has happened generally is some little applications would come along that would turn that land from a rural to a lifestyle block. This land then becomes governed by who is now living next to our land. I mentioned before that people here have around 4,000 hectares. We have 200,000 hectares. Most of it we commit to the government through PCL lands. And you know what? We're now helping to keep that area clean, because pest eradication is just terrible. It's devastating our forest. And then we have to make change to try and get our people to come home and live on their whenua. And we believe we can address many issues in mental health. We can address many issues of our whānau under kāinga ora if we were just to get them back onto our land. We're blessed to have the professionalism amongst our tribe to undertake a development of our land. We do not really need to rely on consultants too much, but however, we do know when we have to actually utilise them to put this process into place with council. I can't really add any more to that. I think that's more than enough for me to give to you. Kia ora.
If I may, just one or two things. For me, Papakainga is it's more than housing. It's about creating small communities within a plain situation. So we think we have three levels. We have Papakainga at a marae level, in a marae reservation situation. And generally, you would think that the town planning arrangements would be easy to arrange, because generally most marae are reticulated. And then we jump into our whenua situations that sit in mana whenua trusts, etc. And therein becomes the problem, being able to create all the facilities to make this type of Papakainga arrangement work. But nevertheless, we think we can do it, and they need to take away the barriers, burn them down, and start making it this kind of development more accessible. And then there's the other level, where it sits outside our corpus lands, where we can actually buy and own lands for development. So under a different type of plan, and sit it inside, your normal natural living arrangements, etc. So for us, all of that is doable. And for me, it's all Papakainga. It's all about putting people in housing. I think that's important. And in terms of the bigger picture, and for me, I think it's something that the commissioners perhaps could consider. Iwi predominantly, particularly in this area with CNI, and even in the Kaharoa blocks that sit above us into the Mamaku, we own all the land up there. When I say we, I mean Tura Tanako, Whakauaki, Mangataha, and other iwi. And they're all under the control of a managed situation, generally with OTPP. So that's under the Ontario Pension Plan. And we've been locked in for 99 years. We're coming close to the end of the second rotation. So we're beginning that in some areas. The trees are being cut at the top of Tamatai Road now. I think in the next 6 to 8 years, the second rotation will complete. Some of that land actually will come back to us, full ownership, where we can replant out or do whatever we want with the land. When the population base starts to increase, and it will between Tauranga, Te Puke, and Rotorua through the Pies Pa area. That connect means that the potential for residential starts to change. That takes us to a slightly different level. We don't get it all back because we don't get it all back until the mid-70s to complete the third rotation. I mightn't actually be here by then, but I'll try my best. So I guess the point I'm making is if we don't make these changes now, we'll miss out on that opportunity to create the ability to be able to develop those lands with some options in place. I guess that's where we're going with the bigger picture. So a very long-term view. Kia ora.
Oh, that's the bell. Oh, sorry, I'm going to go over the six and a bit minutes. I just want to take us back to, this is the prime opportunity for Māori to recapacitate ourselves. You know, when I was raised up, we were brought up on the pa. Now it's decimated down to a marae. So what we have there is buildings. We don't have the people anymore. Our people were shipped out right across Rotorua, you know, to the different McIntyre Ave, Thomas Ave, all of those places. And now this is the opportunity for our people to recapacitate themselves, come back and regroup. So this plan change 9 and this ability for us to build on our land is going to take the lid off where we are, how we've been restricted in life. So, you know, just want to speak to my whanaungas, and this is the wishes of Tura, Ngāti Te Ngākau, Ngāti Whakaue. Kia ora.
All right, thank you for that. So you're happy with what's being proposed, but is there another step further forward that you would like to go that you want to tell us?
Generally, it would. I'd wrap my answer around 200 million would be handy. You know, if that's a good start.
well, I could write you a check, but it wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah. Look, there are always things and always ways we can improve. There's no question about that. The devil's always in the detail. But conceptually, we want to build communities and take our underutilized land and make the best possible use of it as we can. Inside that community, I'm talking about Hauora, I'm talking about kura, you know, everything that will help to rebuild our people and get them away from some of the bad stuff that they bump into. So it has to start. The minute they are born, it has to start at that level. We've got to, and that's really where Joe's going, get it back, get control of our rangatahi, and get them doing the right things and learning the right things. Crucial. And solid, safe, warm housing is a big part of that.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Kia ora.
All right, we'll step back to habitat now. Yeah.
Kia ora.
Got to welcome.
Do I start?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
thank you.
I'm Ralph Mosen. I'm the Regional Development Manager for Habitat for Humanity, Central North Island, and particularly based in the Bay of Plenty region. We've put a submission forward, so I won't talk too much to that. I'll just talk about the reasons why we put that submission forward, because you can read the submission. But Habitat have been involved in housing.
I mean, effectively, that was absolutely supportive, wasn't it?
They're very supportive.
Yeah. Okay.
Habitat have been involved in housing solutions in the Central North Island for the best part of 35 years. And we, for the last 10 years, have been partnering with iwi. And the reason we put the submission in that we did is that we found that iwi can be extremely creative in finding solutions, Māori housing for Māori. And that when we have worked with iwi, and we are working with an iwi here in Rotorua, and we have delivered a papakainga in partnership with Ngāti Urunuku Kōpako, that we find that ideas that we wouldn't have come up with have come to the table through working with iwi. And we've found that sometimes you have to take a step back and look at other ideas from a different cultural perspective, and you can sometimes work through with connections that we have with agencies, and you deliver an outcome. Now, we've put 19 homes on a rural one block of land opposite the airport. So you can do it. It isn't easy. And a trick in achieving it, we've found, is partnerships, relationships. And that's right across the board. It's agencies, it's council. Council have been very supportive. So you asked the question earlier, would you give council a pass? I particularly would give them a pass in our dealings when we put the papakainga out at Rotorua. We had amazing support from council. You can feed that back, Gina. But the work that council gave us in pointing us in the right direction, and Simon is sitting at the back there, he was involved in some of the very early discussions that Habitat and Ngāti Urunuku Kōpako had right at the beginning, probably 5 or 6 years ago, Simon? That long? But it can happen. And so why we put the submission in, and very briefly, is that we believe that we would like this commission to protect Māori interests in any housing solutions in Rotorua, because we think they've got a lot to offer. That's it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Very, very clear. Thanks.
No questions?
No questions.
How quick was that?
Questions. That's good. We like positive submissions, yes. Who's here for Lakes Water Quality? Right, would you like to come forward? Volume 1, 101.
Kia ora tātou. My name is Stuart Edward. I'm a member of the Lakes Water Quality Society, and I want to thank you for the opportunity just to reinforce the Lakes Water Quality message in our submission to Plan 9. And I guess it's been very interesting listening to the past nearly 2 hours. I'm going to bring perhaps an environmental lens as opposed to a specifically housing approach. A little bit of background, the society has been in place for over 60 years. It originally started off with the Lakeweed Society, and then transformed into the Lakes Water Quality Society. It's got a background of science and have run many symposia over the years, which have then contributed to the workings of the Regional Council and the Rotorua Lakes Council. And I particularly want to echo some of the comments that have been made by the Te Arawa Lakes Trust, and want to acknowledge the role that they play and with the ownership of the lakes in our area, and also recognise the partnerships that exist with the Rotorua Lakes Council and the Regional Council. But I just wanted to perhaps talk about some principles of water quality that are stated in the National Policy Statement and in Te Mana o Te Wai. The Lakes Water Quality notes also the Rotorua Future Development Strategy, and we've made an independent submission to that as well. But our concern is that the Council, in agreeing to the intensification use as allowed in Plan 9, is that the adequate provision has been made for the appropriate infrastructure needed for such an increase in growth for our city. And we recognise the importance of housing. It's a major issue in our city, and you've heard the efforts that people are making to accommodate that. But the plea of the society is to manage the water quality of the lakes system for the future. As a citizen who lives on the shores of Lake Rotorua, I've lived there at Kawaho Point for 42 years, and I've noted the change of water quality over that time. The interesting past 8 months in particular, with the extra significant rainfall in this whole caldera, has forced the lake level to rise significantly, and it's been at a level where it hasn't been seen for a long, long time. And the water quality is also deteriorated because of that material being flushed off the hard surfaces in the city into the lake, and has had an impact on the water quality. What's happened is that you've got erosion of lake margins that's happened because of the levels, and you've got the lake height, and also the increased wave action where the water level has risen and the impact that it's had on the margins of the lake. This has also brought a scientific issue of the higher phosphorus levels, that phosphorus is in the margins of the lake, and that then gets into the lake with additional levels of phosphorus that, unfortunately, even though in winter times we've had algae blooms that have been well documented through even satellite imagery over the past 8 months. Now, these are consequences that affect tourism and particularly our environment. And you've heard how Te Aroha Lakes Trust are particularly looking at it from a Te Ao Māori perspective as well. I guess that this is a really very brief exposition in addition to the submission, but our final point is to go back to Te Mana o Te Wai, where there is a need to look after our water first for our future generations, then look at the growth, but are mindful of the consequences that happen from the growth of the city. Some of the things that just have happened also, we've had sewerage systems that have taken a long time to get into place, Rotorua and Rotoehu. There's the current issue around Lake Tarawera, and if that hadn't been eventually put into place, there's E. coli levels that affect that wonderful lake. So there are things that have got to be done to affect our environmental circumstances within the caldera and the lake system that we have. Kia ora tātou, that's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edward, and the cautions are well made.
Kia ora, you mentioned Te Mana o Te Wai, and I'm working with Waikato Regional Council on tangata whenua engagement on that very matter. So stepping out of my lane a little bit, but still hoping to stay within Plan Change 9, you're possibly aware that as Plan Change 9 plays a part in the district, of course, such things as impervious surfaces and so on and so forth. I was just wondering whether you had any comment on how Plan Change 9 does or could or even does not contribute to lake water quality.
Well, it's huge, because if you just take the water, the huge amount of water that's come in, and then the potential of managed retreat that the need for buffering of small dams. If you go, the caldera is right back to the Mamakus, and so that water into the city is huge if it's not kind of met and thought through properly. The other thing that has happened, and I know that various councillors have said that the stormwater infrastructure here, because of our volcanic thermal nature, doesn't last as long as in other cities. And so you've got to think of all those kind of things. So I guess what we're saying is to be the conscience, the community conscience, to say these are very real impactful things that need to have money. Now, I know that the government is potentially putting up a serious amount of money to help with the infrastructure of the future. But unless that's done really carefully and properly for our community and our environment, you're still going to have the negative effects on the lake, and it's a very sensitive environment. And as I say, I lived on the lake shore and just watch the nature of how quickly a bloom can occur, and the impact that has on the things that the very city, the lifeblood of the city is based on. So it's something that I think the Water Quality Society would say that it's such an important part to the whole lake system, not like just Lake Rotorua, it's the whole caldera that we exist in. And so there are cause and effects. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're taking us to Vaughan Road somewhere.
Yes, kia ora tātou. My name is Jill Wilkinson and I am a board member for Lakeview Villas, which is situated in Vaughan's Road. We are 51 free title properties, so we are more of a lifestyle village rather than a retirement village. As I said, we're independently owned, we own our own titles. Approximately 65 residents live there. You must be between the ages of 40, must be over 45 to live there.
I didn't think you have enough age.
Predominantly, probably 75% of our people are older, komatuas. So it's more a retirement as such. But we have a body corp, which there's 7 of us on the body corp. Our body corp fees are minimal, so we really only include a certain amount of assistance with lawn mowing, the painting of our buildings, and also the insurance on the outside of our buildings. So we are independent people. So I'm speaking on behalf of 51 people. When Change Plan 9 came out, I have to say I'm on the committee, but when it came out, I looked at it and I didn't really take much notice of it, I was honest. And then when I was looking at the map, I realised that we were in a dark green section, which I didn't realise there was a difference in meterage. And so we are 20 metres high. The actual complex was built in 2001 and it was commercial zoned land, commercial zone 2, which is fantastic. Unknown to myself, all the history, it was never changed to residential zone, even though it's residential dwellings. As you can see, and I did actually have a picture of which I thought might be up there, but as you can see, we are on Vaughan's Road and we also Tenai Road, so the main line into Rotorua. We have commercial buildings on either side, and those commercial buildings relatively probably start at 8 o'clock in the morning.
We actually were in the car park there whenever we did the site visit the other day.
Fantastic.
So, yep.
So commercially, the commercial retail businesses that probably start at 7 in the morning and finish around about 5 o'clock, or for retail around 8 o'clock. It's been there a long, long time. I've lived in Rotorua for the last 50 odd years and lived in this area. You've read my submission. So obviously my concerns are what present people have spoken about is the quality of build, sound transfer, fire transfer, being close to our boundary 1 metre, and 20 metres is really high for us. And you can actually understand that since you visited our site. Obviously, our residents, probably 80% of them live there and actually reside there probably 80% of their time because they're retired. And so that would have effect on that. But you've read my submission. The one thing I want to talk about is that a couple of decisions were made by our outgoing council and mayor with the Eastern Arterial route, which was ceased to be to carry on. So we've seen an increase of our traffic, and also for future proofing for Rotorua and for intensified housing, and particularly in our area, that would have a huge impact on the safety for our tamariki, for our local schools and our residents. And also when we did our first submission, Whananui Rise, which is approximately within 1k of walking on the opposite side of Tenai going up Brents Road, there's over 1,000 lots being built, which is really exciting. And we are excited about that with homes for all different values of people being able to get in there. And also just behind a supermarket, which is only probably about 500 metres away from our resort, there's another it seems like a subdivision of maybe 30 homes being built there, so single dwellings. We're asking, and I have to say, sitting here and listening to all the submitters, particularly 7-day renters, we have concerns of being a metre to our boundary of that kind of housing to be put on commercial businesses going up 20 metres. But also we are concerned about, as I said, noise transfer and all that environmental with the roof going into our beautiful awa, our lakes. But for us, it's actually about, we are surrounded by residential homes and there is land there that may be future-proof for single dwelling homes, but not 20 metres. I guess for us is that we have, within Rotorua, with our iwi and our hapu, we have land, and for us to be able to, and I encourage as a Rotorua resident on the vision of our iwi and our hapu to create environments that are future-proofed and the ability to also protect the livelihood of Rotorua as a city. And as you know, with COVID, we've been through a lot. And I think that, you know, when you think about tourism and forestry and what our whenua and our land was for, oh.
That's what they're for, yeah, right.
I'm so encouraged to hear about the future, but Change Plan 9 for Rotorua, intensified housing, it's not the way to go for us. So, yes, so that pretty much, you've read my submission.
Just take a breath for a moment. Yeah, there may be some other things you want to tell us.
I think through COVID we were kind. And decisions were made on behalf of Rotorua community that may not have been the right decisions made. And a lot of people have been affected by this. And I think, you know, I'm so glad I arrived early to actually understand, you know, the vision and what could be of our whenua. But intensified housing, you know, we weren't even involved in tier 1, but we asked to be involved in tier 1. Now that was outgoing council and outgoing mayor. And was that the right decision? I possibly don't think so, because everything was rushed. You know, I asked the town planners, did they visit our site? And no, it was just picked. So again, when you're thinking about Rotorua and the future of Rotorua, think of what we've been through, the past, think of where we want to go. And, you know, our city was built on tourism and, as I said, forestry. And yes, housing is a problem, but I believe that there are better alternatives than 20 metres up or 12 metres up. And I've owned businesses here and, you know, in talking to colleagues and friends, a lot of Rotorua people don't even understand about the 12 metres. So if you haven't submitted, you don't have a voice. But again, you will hear from people who have taken the time to submit. But there is an emotional toll on it as well. And yeah, and that's all I will say. So thank you for your time. Didn't mean to get that emotional, but
Oh, that's all right. We have absolutely no problem with emotions being shown. They're issues that affect people, so that's perfectly fine.
But we would say we've got enough building happening around our community and also land around our community that we don't need to go up 20 metres. Thank you.
We heard you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Good. We're running a quarter of an hour behind time, so we're going to take a coffee break and we'll be back at 4:25. And I think you are next. Are you next? You're McPherson, aren't you? You're Mr. Yeah, I don't see him, but he may appear whilst we're having coffee, so that's fine. All right, we'll take a break. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. I've got a screen on the way. The builder.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. All right, let's resume. And whilst Mr. Shackle, if you'd like to come forward, and whilst your photographs are being uploaded.
Yeah. Sorry about the photos. You've got to spell the people's names right.
Yeah. No, that's all right. Now, just
is it on?
This is the we're in the final hour of today's session, and I'm aware that we have 6 people to address us. So I would ask you to try and keep to your times. A couple of us have to drive to parts unknown after the time, so we're pretty keen that we try and finish pretty much as we're scheduled. So.
I can do that. I only got 4 pages.
I'm asking you all to be crisp, if you would. So, Mr. Shackle, it's yours.
Yes. Oh, is it? Yep, it's all go. Look at that.
Yep.
Okay, I'm Jeffrey Shackle, resident of Rotorua, and I'm against the plan change to the plan, which is number 9, except for a medium and high density in the CBD and low density in some special areas. This plan will change the character of Rotorua suburbs, which we don't want to do. We find that the housing shortages in New Zealand and Rotorua is mainly caused by migration. And with the economics of supply and demand for housing, it will always not be built until there is a demand. 1930s, 1950s, 1970s. Rotorua has plenty of greenfield land for all types of housing. You know, we've got a huge caldera, and a lot of it is happening in Wharenui Rise and Pukehangi Rise. Rotorua Lakes Council is changing the district plan, looking at its website on a false premise that as more housing intensification does not enable more access to jobs, more public transport in the right place, more amenities and parks, but often less, and or more community facilities. Rotorua Lakes Council was recently trying to cut out our parks and reserves and cemeteries, etc., short-sighted in a 200-year plan. The streets become narrow. If we look at what happens with intensification, the streets become narrower, i.e. Hobsonville Point, car density gets higher, schools become smaller in area, i.e. Westlake Girls in Auckland, with more students enrolled, resulting in zoning inequalities. Health services become dispersed, resulting in inefficiencies like MRI services. It is not more efficient, as from the website of Rotorua Lakes, to have medium and high density housing, to have parks, open spaces, wide streets, parking, schools, or health services. In effect, intensification of existing urban areas result in a plethora of community problems. I'll just name a few. There's only about 20. sunlight, shadows, building heights, chemical leaching, retention of water, air pollution, detention of water, soil permeability, fire ingress, noise, parking both above and below ground, subdivision rules, bus services and associated amenities, thermal activity, less open parks and spaces, i.e. Whanganui rise, the open spaces, the retention pond. Traffic problems, more traffic lights, bad SCATS programming, cycleway intensification, we have dual footpaths, places of worship, sewage, water, wastewater, still not sorted, skyscape changed, developer contributions not sorted, flooding. The photos on the flooding, I don't know whether, where's this lovely screen? Look at this screen here, lovely. I don't know whether the photos there. We just have a look at a bit of flooding. This is lovely intensification if it's available. Oh, here we are. This is Auckland, 28th of January. Hadn't flooded before. Those two cars got wiped out. We'll just click through them if we could, please. I don't know. Have we got it here? No. Somebody's. There's a, okay, we'll see it as it goes down the street. Next to it. Okay, this is a Kāingaroa housing development. You can't see the houses there. There were 7 houses, there's now 29, and this is what you get at the end of it. And it's supposed to be planned for water and all the other things that actually go with it, let alone all the problems of noise. It goes on and on and on. Okay. I've seen more AOS offices in my life there, okay? So we got that there. So as it is, Rotorua Town is only 10 minutes from anywhere by car, so we're there with all the services and amenities that we actually need. So there is no need in Rotorua for MDRS or ISPP or the revoked SHA. As we know what happened with Pioneer and Oakland Place in terms of flooding and so forth. Okay. The Rotorua Lakes has had years to zone plan, develop the greenfield areas of Rotorua for all types of housing. There's no need for medium or high density in any of Rotorua's existing suburbs. Okay, thank you very much. There we are. Any questions? Yeah.
Well, I gather you're opposed to PC9. Yes.
You got that?
Yes,
I think I'll give you a lolly for getting that right. Very good.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's all right. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So we won't see it happen then.
I'm not moving my head either way.
Are you?
Yes.
Oh,
right.
that's a body language I can read.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. McPherson next. Right, and we have your summary statement, Mr. McPherson. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. And thank you for the opportunity to address you today. As you see, I've structured my presentation into 7 parts. Part 1 being that I appear as a resident of the residential 2 zone, someone who's highly concerned over the potential effects of Plan Change 9, and that I commented that I found the process very difficult to make constructive comments on. For part 2 of my presentation, please disregard it completely. It was, my understanding was based on reports in the Daily Post, and I learned yesterday that that was not correct, and therefore those comments are either irrelevant or wrong.
Thank you.
Part 3. The crude interpretation of Plan Change 9 is that it intensifies the residential density of both the 1 and 2 zones by reducing their amenity. And the thrust of my presentation is that the residential amenity values are extremely important to the quality of life, and that their maintenance and enhancement must be the cornerstone of any district plan, as emphasised by Section 7 of the Resource Management Act. and intensification of use by sheer definition implies a reduction in spatial amenity. And I say that Plan Change 9 degrades it comprehensively without making provision for those who expect the protection that the current standards provide. The spatial standards are reduced and the incidence of sunlight and daylight is markedly decreased. And while there appear to be differences of interpretation on it, I just can't see how enabling the construction of multi-storey buildings that cut off sunlight to neighbouring properties can be construed as compliance with Section 7C. The incidence of sunlight and daylight is crucial to the enjoyment of life, and a district plan that allows it to be cut off for a large part of the year makes for a miserable life for many affected citizens. Part 4. I strongly support all the submissions in opposition to Plan Change 9's reduced amenity protection. And without repeating all the details, which I'm sure you've heard a lot, I just draw your attention to 5 submissions. Submission 4 from John Kershaw, who lists 8 reasons why more intensive use of the residential 1 zone can still be achieved without lowering the amenity standards as proposed. Submission 7 from J&Z Condor, which states that 3x3 housing is not a good instrument for increasing supply. Submission 8 from Rachel Weinberg. She points out that reducing residential amenity does not result in a well-functioning urban environment. Submission 42 from Christopher Richards, which goes into some detail on the position of the sun between the autumnal and vernal equinoxes and the serious effects of Plan Change 9 standards on existing neighbouring dwellings. And submission 84 from Sigma Consultants. I suggest that being a submission from planning professionals with no vested interests means it deserves far more weight than most, and it covers the significant effects on the amenity of existing residents in terms of daylight, sunlight, and associated warmth, outlook, and privacy. In part 5, I say that the submission from the Retirement Villages Association appears to be a generic one for the country with little regard for the situation in Rotorua. It seems to me the general thrust is, quote, "What's good for us must be good for you." I support their objectives, but not what they're proposing. I also suggest that their proposal for the residential zone 2 zone, quote, "A high-density residential built character is expected, comprising residential buildings generally crossed out, replaced with residential buildings of at least 6 stories." It just seems so nonsensical, and there'd hardly be any new buildings if you've got a minimum of 6 stories for any required in a new one. Hopefully that wasn't their intent, but I've not been able to find the staff response to this in the 42A report. I have major concerns regarding the submission points of Kāinga Ora, which appear to be entirely self-serving. Yesterday you heard Mr. Whittington say that forecasters are always wrong, but then he was also wrong himself in suggesting that population projections are always underestimated. And there was also a strange response when you pointed out to him that Mr. Osborne's evidence that the adverse effects of extending the residential 2 boundary contradicted their proposals to do this. Their overall submission is one of expecting the plan change to widen its scope and go far beyond its intent in order to meet their commercial requirements. They appear to have no regard for the values that currently make Rotorua the place that it is, let alone any wish to improve it. Rather than try and use Plan Change 9 as a vehicle to promote their own commercial interests, I believe that they should promote a separate plan change if they really believe what they're saying. A feature of Kaingaroa's submission is that it has drawn the longest list of objections to its views from residential submitters. And even in its own further submissions, they've posted the longest list of points in opposition to the views of residents. And I suggest that, given these two facts, they clearly do not have the interests of Rotorua at heart. And in some instances, they even go against other government policies. I've quoted from their submission regarding their statutory duty, but in contrast to that duty, their submission is that they wish to degrade the quality of homes that will be built out, reduce the efficiency of solar power that their neighbours may have installed, increase loadings on the city drainage services. It's noticeable. It's notable with their development on the corner of Malfoy and Reynolds Streets that they're putting the multi-level dwellings on the northern frontage of the development where their shading effects will be greatest, rather than putting them on the northern side of their access road where those effects will be least. They clearly wish to provide important rental accommodation, but not in a way that will benefit the wider community. In my written presentation, I also refer to submissions from Lakeshore Developments and Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, which I suggest promote poor planning and adverse effects. I believe that the measures they propose should be tested on their merits in each situation through a resource consent process rather than a plan change. Part 6. As I've emphasised, my main concern is with access to sunlight and that residential amenity values should be maintained and enhanced rather than degraded. I accept that a plan change is a mechanism that can be used to enable a degrading, but this one, in my opinion, is unconscionable in its extent. The more that people come to realise its effects, the less desirable they'll find Rotorua as a place to live. And I said, while a plan change can change amenity values for the worse, I believe this ability is limited to the changes not being an adverse effect in themselves. Plan change 9 in effect will have a major adverse effect on the incidence of sunlight and daylight and the ability of some property dwellers to keep their homes warm in winter. Rotorua is 300 metres above sea level, and sun warmth is more important here than at lower altitudes. My personal view is that these matters mean that Plan Change 9 is contrary to Section 7C of the Act and important in many important aspects. As you can see, I'm particularly concerned about Plan Change 9's effects on the incidence of sunlight and daylight on established homes. I believe that recession planes should start at about 2.5 metres above a property boundary and be no more than 45 degrees except for a north boundary. Plan Change 9 gives the appearance of regarding recession planes as being there for does not appear to regard recession planes as being there for the benefit of neighbours. Making it a permitted activity to cut off a neighbour's sunshine for up to 6 months is just grossly excessive, and I cannot understand how planners could come up with such a proposal. It's an accepted fact that lack of sunlight is a cause of depression, and given the current publicity for mental illness, my puzzlement has increased. I've already cited Christopher Richards' submission, which illustrates the severity of the permissible limits in Plan Change 9, and that of John Kershaw, who points out that higher intensity can still be achieved while retaining amenity standards. I also have some concerns about effects on infrastructure standards. A major stormwater upgrade was required to enable the Kaingora development on the corner of Malfoy Road, Menos Street. And I've not seen any publicity on who paid for that. It's only equitable that ratepayers should not have to subsidise developers' profits by funding upgrades that are necessary for new developments. The current drainage system is not intended to cope with torrential downpours, and on our own property, we normally have stormwater run through our garage 4 times a year. It would be unfair to have this frequency increase through developments overloading the system further without funding the necessary upgrades. I suggest that the rationale behind this plan change also needs to be challenged. We've heard the term housing crisis so often that it's become accepted as an established fact in all circumstances, rather than something that needs to be justified for each situation. The population projections used for Plan Change 9 are those put forward for the motel consent hearing last year, despite evidence presented then that the Rotorua population had actually declined in the year following the forecast. The crime rate since then will be a further discouragement to people considering moving to Rotorua. So it's unlikely that we're going to see an imminent surge in numbers coming in. Obviously, it's easy to generalise about crime, but my written presentation includes 4 examples where I've been personally affected by criminal incidents. And I won't repeat them now. Examples like those are not an encouragement to people moving here. I don't question the expertise of the forecasters, but the assumptions that they need to use can obviously go out of date very quickly. And it's become quite reasonable now to claim that the draconian measures in Plan Change 9 are actually way beyond what are those that are needed. I accept that there's been a significantly increased demand for subsidised rental housing since the COVID outbreak, but that's a poor reason in itself for downgrading the whole residential environment. The submission from Sigma Consultants points out that the market economics assessment has found a low need for multi-level apartments, meaning that there's no need to make the proposed change to height limits in the residential 1 and 2 zones. I fully support providing for multi-level apartments above ground level in the central business district and its immediate fringes. In the residential 2 zone, though, horizontally attached buildings with the occasional second story are more appropriate, and there's still plenty of scope for intensification without degrading the amenity we expect from living here. One aspect I've not found in the multitude of reports you're having to deal with is the practicality of building multi-level dwellings. I have no expertise at all in this, but my understanding of this lack of strength of the Rotorua substrate means that it has a substantial effect on the cost of building more than 2 stories high. In conclusion, I submit that Plan Change 9 goes far beyond what is necessary to cater for housing demand in Rotorua. It will make Rotorua a less desirable place to live, although some people may see that as a great means of meeting the demand, but I do not see the degradation of residential amenity as a positive step at all. My understanding is that you don't actually make a submission, you make recommendations to the council. And so I'm asking that you make the following recommendations. Scrub number 1, which is where I am quite wrong.
Yep.
Secondly, that the requests in the submissions from Kaingaora and the Retirement Villages Association be declined in total is going far beyond the intent of Plan Change 9. Thirdly, that the incidence of sunlight and daylight to residential dwellings be maintained by requiring new developments to keep within a recession plane of no more than 45 degrees from a point preferably lower than 3 metres above any south boundary. And I sort of note in the submissions that nobody seems to be referring to section orientation, that which is seems rather strange. Yeah. And fourthly, that developers rather than ratepayers be required to meet costs associated with increased demands on city drainage infrastructure. As you'll have gathered, this plan change has left me quite hot under the collar, and I thank you very much for your attention and forbearance.
Thank you, Ms. McPherson. Not only hot under the collar, but short of breath too, by the sounds of it. Yes.
Sorry?
I said not only just hot under the collar, but short of breath too, by the sounds of it. Yes. Good. Thank you for getting through your submission like last time. You did very well in terms of that, so thank you. Well,
Yes, we'd just like to congratulate you on a very well put together and comprehensive submission. You've obviously done a lot of research and put a lot of thought into that, so we appreciate that. I just wanted to ask you, as you're concerned, there's 2 residential zonings in front of us, the Res 2 zone, which enables 6-storey developments, and the Res 1 zone, which enables 3-storey developments. Is one of those of more concern to you than the other, or are you concerned about both equally?
I've only concentrated on the residential 1 and 2 zones, and no, I haven't gone into the others, any other zones at all.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again, Mr. McPherson. We'll see you on another occasion, I'm sure. Yes.
I trust that I will not make a habit of this, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we trust the same, yes. Right, thank you. David Chitty now.
Afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chitty.
My name's Dave Chitty. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife. I have to say I'm not anywhere near as prepared as Mr. McPherson was. I've taken a slightly different view of my submission, which is looking more at my personal circumstances. So bear with me while I go through a few facts here, and I won't be taking up the full 10 minutes. I can assure you of that. My wife and I are the current custodians of what we've been told is the oldest house in Rotorua. And as it is one of the oldest house, it is firmly in a city in Victoria. It's been a listed property since 1983, category 2. And I think it's one of only 3 homes in the city that's got that rating, I believe. It's a unique property, has 14-foot stud, original ceilings, original fireplaces and so on. It's worthy of protection. We have been living in that house for 3 years, and in that time we've tried to restore and refurbish it, and about half of that's been done. Various things have been replaced. The house itself has been rewired, replumbed and repiled. It has insulation. It is as good as we can get it. It's survived for, we've been told 120 years, but possibly as long as 130. And in its current state, it's good for probably another 50 to 100 years. We intend to be the occupants of the house for the next 25 years if we can. This property has been functioning as a traditional B&B for the last 20 years. We are the 3rd owners. We host self-drive visitors to New Zealand. These visitors come to us to experience a heritage stay in the cultural capital of New Zealand, here in Rotorua. In the last 12 months, we've hosted about 500 visitors to the city, mainly from places around Rotorua, around Europe, specifically places like the Netherlands, France, England and Spain. In the last month, our visitors have been American, Swiss, Australian, and French. We work with 20 travel agents who are based around New Zealand and overseas. And we are able to host between 6 and 7 guests a night, which we do on a regular basis. We are currently fully booked out to February 2024. We expect about 750 guests next year. We could book our rooms 3 or more times over. We were so popular. These visitors are all self-drive and typically stay 2 nights in Rotorua, which means money spent in the local area on attractions, food, souvenirs and so on. And these are visitors who tend to be here for 2 to 6 weeks at a time. Our property has on-site parking and is set up as a quiet place for visitors to come and base themselves while they're enjoying a historic atmosphere and enjoying our city. There's a reason I'm outlining this, I'll get to it. We work actively with Rotorua NZ, Qualmark and the New Zealand B&B Association. We run a sustainable business model, but it is only sustainable as long as visitors come to see us, come to stay with us. The money they spend with us funds the ongoing maintenance and upkeep of the house that we live in. We could not afford this upkeep otherwise. So we appreciate that our property has protection under the district plan as a historic place. However, while intensification makes sense insofar as it utilises infrastructure, there's very real concerns regarding the removal of the need for resource consent, allowing the developments that we're talking about. For instance, how does a neighbour object to their loss of sun? And I don't have all the technical details that you've already heard, but it's a big deal. Being on the west side of a 3-storey structure means shadow for most of the day. There's a loss of privacy because of being overlooked by multiple windows. There's various other disadvantages to being a neighbour to one of these developments. The policy change talks about providing choice in a variety of options of housing, but if there is no protection under the Resource Management Act, keeps the developer sympathetic to the environment that those buildings are put into, and who looks after the interests of the existing property owners and neighbours. Imagine this, next to us we have a 4-block unit of single level flats. Under this proposal, we could potentially have a development put in next to us that we wouldn't be able to object to, that would remove the sun from our property for more than half the day. All our section will be overlooked from front to back. This is assuming it's a 3-level development. Where there's currently 8 waste bins jostling for space on the curbside, this will become 24. Where we occasionally have the odd car parked on the verge, there could be 12 or more parked wherever they can find space. Our street is blocked already when at times and buses have difficulty getting down it. The occasional spat between residents would become more frequent. And as an example, in the last 12 months, we have had 5 interactions with police from serious robbery down the street to an active trespasser who will be charged with attempted burglary when he can be identified. The last domestic incident outside our house was a Sunday morning just 3 weeks ago. That's where we live now in the inner city today without any changes. I ran a survey of my workmates in my office last week. I'm the only one who lives in the inner city. The rest are scattered all around Rotorua. No one has had anything to do with police in the last 12 months. We've had 5. If you can imagine living in a situation I've just outlined, then I hope you can see how quickly our sustainable business becomes unsustainable. Just the point of what I'm trying to raise here. The heritage protection we currently enjoy covers our property, but it should really cover the surrounding environment, the building setting, and the proximity of other more modern structures as well. If we fall out of favour with our visitors, we have no business. No business, no money to keep the property in the condition it deserves. Another heritage building will be lost to the city. Our street already has a variety of housing options. There are 38 property frontages down our street from end to end. Only 6 of which I would consider are original houses. There are just 19 single dwellings in total. 9 multi-dwelling units, as I've called them, which are a mixture of flats or home units. One property has as many as 8 flats on what was one home section. The majority are 3 to 4 dwelling units. 6 properties are used as business premises, and there are 2 short-term holiday let operations. So I would suggest that we already have the flexibility and the variety on our street that we need. We don't need more developments. A new development has just been completed to the west end of our street, down the block. There's a 4 attached 3-bedroom duplex style block with garages. It is finished to a reasonable standard and is set back from the boundary sufficiently to not overwhelm its neighbours. Crucially, it is just 2 stories high. A 3-story building would not fit in that location. It's luckily a great example of a tasteful quality development, which is great. But from our house, it's still visible on the skyline and is a bit in your face when you stand in our front yard. This compares to a development yet to be started at the other end of the street, closer to town, where we understand a 4 by 2 bedroom duplex style property is going to be put in there. And it's going to be shoehorned into a section that's half the size of the development at the other end of the street. So minimal amenities for the tenants, probably built from the cheapest materials using a standard building plan built by the lowest cost contractor. So you can imagine what I'm talking about. We are not totally against the changes that we are hearing and seeing, but we favour controlled, appropriate, well-designed development and wider protection for heritage sites. Bigger housing structures mean more roof area, more paved area, less lawn, less garden, so more pressure on things like wastewater and so on. More risk of flooding. Where do the resident children play? Poor quality doesn't last. There are practical things around these multi-unit developments as well. Just last week, the Kayanga Ora block burnt down in Auckland. Part of the reason, there were access problems for fire and emergency getting onto the property. More residents mean more pressure on schools, daycare services, medical and health services, and more police incidents. More demand on council services for things like noise control. I have lived in our property for 3 years. I have given up trying to get into a local GP practice. I still see my doctor 45 minutes away. It will only get worse with more housing. My wife and I have lived in London and Dublin. We have seen firsthand how a community can deteriorate due to poor housing decisions. We consider the Resource Management Act as it currently exists at least provides an independent mechanism to help balance the mismatch between existing property owners and property developers. In case I haven't said it, I am not in favour of the changes being proposed, and would like to see them rejected outright. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jetty. And can you just confirm the street address of your property?
Harry Rika.
Yes, right. Okay. Thank you. No.
Yeah, thanks for your submission. It's been useful to hear from somebody that actually owns a heritage property. I don't know if you were listening when Heritage New Zealand presented, but certainly things like the extended place are something that the panel is turning its mind to in terms of how it impacts properties such as yours.
The reason I'm here is because the Heritage New Zealand asked us to come along.
Okay.
Right. They have been and visited, and our property has had them rather excited. So, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, that's just telling you your time's up. Yes. Right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chitty. Next is Lindsay Sinclair. Ms. Sinclair, you've been sitting for a while. Yes.
I didn't do live stream for the first time this morning.
Well, you're very welcome. So,
I'm not greatly prepared either, but I'll tell you first, my name is Lindsay Sinclair and I'm 81 and a half years old, and I've lived in beautiful Rotorua for off and on for 45 years, well, 50 actually. And I realise there has to be changes, but I too am not in favour of the 6-storey high in the inner city, particularly in Glenholme where I live, although I'm not sure about this, but I believe you were thinking from Devon Street. Sorry, I'm not good with the Devon Street to Grey Street. But I live in Carnot Street. I used to live in Tilsley, and I'm here for friends from Tilsley and other area. I believe we do have to move ahead, and I like what Iwi was saying about building on their land and bringing the young ones back, and I think that's great. I believe we're all one anyway. But there has been a lot of problems in Glenholme, as you know, and there are 8 cars stolen not long, about a week or so ago, round our way, since we've had people, I believe, who need a home, but they need not a room or a apartment, they need a home. With the geothermal around the place too, that is another problem as far as going up high, I feel. Yeah, I haven't really got a lot more to say because I think everybody else has said it. But I do go along in my submission about the sunlight and the wastewater and everything everybody else has said. The noise is another problem in Glenholme. I feel it's more, well, it's known to be an elderly residence place, and they like to do a bit of garden if they get the sun blocked out and they can't get their washing on. And if there's noise, and there's going to be noise. I mean, we were young once. Remember, we played our radios loud and that, and they need that, the young people. Maybe, I don't know, I don't know whether I'm supposed to say this, but maybe you could have areas where the young and the elderly were separated to, you know, cater for all. I know that's not an easy decision for you people, a hard thing to do. But
well, of course, that's entirely what the retirement village people are after, isn't it?
yes, yes, I know. I know. I'm not I'd rather sing than talking, to be honest. But yeah, the noise is another, and the roads around Glen Eden are very narrow too. And we have had wastewater problems in Tilsley Street and a lot of flooding in Lytton Street. So, yeah. But I do realise there has to be progress, but I'm just sceptical of the land round there as well. So I think that's all I need to say, so you can all get away.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sinclair. It's good of you to come and tell us those things.
Just one question for me. You mentioned that you're opposed to the 6-storey proposed zoning. Do you have a same concern about the proposed allowance of a 3-storey building?
Well, would that block out sun too, you see? I don't know. There'd be a lot to look into on that. And the land again, of course, the thermal. We tried shutting down the thermal many years ago, and then we found it was better to open it up again. So, yeah. Maybe I'd like to see it out of the inner city, to be honest. I'd like to see it out more. And homes in Rotorua Street and things like that, could you not, you know, there's a lot of homes out that way that could come down, and, you know, where people are settled and they've got bus routes and they've got the, not the university, the, what do you call it, round the corner there for the students. And maybe everything is there for them. Maybe it could be redone, pull down the very bad ones and redone. Anyway, I'm not an expert. That's you. Thank you very much for your time anyway.
Thank you for yours. Thank you. Tanya Smith.
I'm a resident of 15 Chapman Place. Directly behind us is a new development for Kainga Ora, and it's going to be putting on what was an existing area of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses is now 16, going to be 16 houses. We've had ongoing disagreements and arguments with Kainga Ora in regards to the intensity of the build. We are not against the fact that they do need social housing, and we have always said that the land should be used better. But the sheer fact that you go from having such a few number of houses to some fairly intense housing stuck on the area is not practical. One, their parking allowance for one vehicle for each of the residents is ridiculous by any standard. If you have a look at any home with 2 adults in it, you can guarantee there will be 2 cars. The reasoning behind it, they will not have cars. It's a bit of a ridiculous statement when everybody has to travel, when transport here in Rotorua is actually very poor in terms of public transport. If you work beyond the hours of 6 p.m, there is no transport home. There's shift work available out at Waipa, but there's no transport out to that. And the people that would be living there would be working in areas like Waipa, and around the hospital. Now, it could be teaching, could be anybody, but the reality is that they are not going to be coming in and around the city into where the buses travel during the hours of that. In terms of the actual change of zoning, I feel it was a little underhandedly done very quickly to support kāinga order more than anything else. The fact that it feels like it's bulldozing. Kāinga order said that it would have consultation, it had none. I have a more vested interest because Kāinga order wanted to buy our property, which then would have given them a flow through from Kawaha Point Road right the way through into our street of Chapman Place. So our ongoing problem has been with the fact that the infrastructure around there is not suitable to take so many. And the other aspect is you're talking about an increase in crime. We already have issues as it is. And I'm not saying that that will necessarily come from residents that are going into that. But what I'm saying is we don't have the support that should be given to be at the top of the hill rather than at the bottom of the hill. And even though yours is part of the planning also has to allow for things like access to extra area for playing when you've got kids. You've got 16 homes there. And where are the kids going to go? Yes, there's the park in Chapman Place, but there's no way for them to get from there. Yes, they have to walk all the way around. Do you think they're going to do that? I mean, even prior to that, the social housing there, the kids used to come over the fence. Kids will be kids. So in regards to whether or not I agree to or am for, I'm for more intensifying in the city. However, I'm not sure if the land itself, because it is very different in terms of stability, whether or not the coping with bigger buildings is something that it can manage. We already have pop-up vents appear all over the place, as you know. We already have a lot of surface water that turns up in places. These are not things that you don't know, you already know these things. And so even though I might sit here, the decision has already been made. The decision is already on that side of the table. I'm sitting here because I'm a tick box more than anything else.
Let me just respond to that. No decision's been made yet. Certainly hasn't been made on this side of the table, and you're not a tick box. So.
A tick box in the terms that when it comes to consulting, the consulting is done after the fact or after the discussion has been made instead of prior to the discussion being made.
It's fine, but this is your opportunity to actually put your case to us.
And that might have been done, but whether or not it gets heard is another thing, because that's the nature of the business. Been on this side of the table before in different scenarios. So yes, we need to progress, but we need to do it within an eye of understanding how people live, and the fact that when allowing people to get their building permits, that we actually look at how people truly live rather than how we want them to live or how we think they should be living. So instead of looking at 16 houses, perhaps lowering the number to allow for more green spacing, more car parking. That would then help with some of the problematic things that you will get, bickering between neighbours over why your car is parked there and how it's jamming in my car. It's about foreseeing problems and somehow mitigating them, so that when the planning comes in, it's easier to manage. It's easier to manage the issue of dogs. It's easier to manage the issue of car parking. It's easier to manage. I'll consider continue bumping heads with Kāinga Ora, as I have been doing for a while now. Whether or not we get any positive outcomes from them will be another story. But in terms of the planning or any of the infrastructure that they put forward, that consideration needs to be taken into account in this entire 9-zone planning part, which was as part of the issue. So I hear. But for me, it's the sheer fact that we are jamming people into an environment that will be problematic, creates its own problems. Other than that, thank you. And so I just have one point. Would you choose to live in it? Would you choose to live in that environment? I think that comes down to it as well. Other than that, thank you very much for your time.
So just, sorry, you live in 15 Chapman Place. Whereabouts is the Kāinga Ora development that you speak of?
So we live in the Chapman is a looped property. So we live in 15, which is, and directly behind us is the land that has been cleared on Kawaha Point Road.
Right.
And then it runs the neighbour, down the neighbour's line of property down our back property there. It's a huge square.
So the Kāinga Ora development is between your property on Chapman Place and Kawaha
Point Road. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It's yet to be developed, but they've told us 16 houses is going.
I had a similar question. We're both looking at the same satellite map to figure out where you were in the town context. So thank you. Actually, just as a further point, in terms of your understanding of Kāinga Ora aspirations, is that to have been extended to Chapman Place area, or is it in the Kawaha Point?
No, they wanted to purchase our property, and at the time I was quite crook, and so for one, I didn't understand what the hell they were doing. And we had just finished renovating. So when the guy first rang and just basically said, oh, this Kāinga Ora would like to look at buying a property, I just went, we've just renovated. So, and then from there, we were constantly being told we were being consulted, but instead we were just chasing. And in the end, we just said, look, we've not heard from you. And then that was it. So my problem is, we've had young kids in the houses behind us, good and bad. We've had good and bad neighbours in any place you live in. But the kids love to climb the fence. Kids will climb fences because that's what kids do. So there is now no way for them to get from where they are there to the actual park that'll be across the road. And there's no green space, enough green space for kids to play on in their actual area that they're building. So it's about making an allowance for the fact that you can have families there, and they'll need green spaces. They'll need additional car parks. We have a tendency to build and intensify. Now, I came from Auckland. I lived in a place called Wakakura Crescent. If you know anything about Devonport, Wakakura Crescent was built in the Second World War for the military housing of American soldiers. And that area there is built on Māori land. And the idea is that it had to be turnover. There always had to be a turnover. So it was never permanent. It had to always have a turnover. So that's why it was naval housing. When we went back there, it is now an absolute monstrosity of retirement and elderly hospital housing. And when I say monstrosity, it is so large and so huge that the pressure on the infrastructure must be incredible. And if anybody knows anything about Devonport, it is a one-way in, a one-way out road that the pressure on it must be incredible. And so the forethought that the council has not done when accepting something like that is just beyond me. And so perhaps taking more thought and planning is about just ensuring long-term, all of us don't have to sort of be sitting here.
Thank you. We didn't come down Chapman Place, but the other day when we took a drive around the city, we did come down Kawa Point Road, so familiar with the area. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And I take it Sarah Cameron's not here, not coming. Right. 427, 425. Right. Up for your last question, would have been right on time. All right, thank you. I think we are now done. Council, unless there's anything you want to briefly tell us. Right. In that case, thank you everybody for your attendance and assistance this week, and we are now adjourned until 9:30 Monday morning. Thank you. We'll see you then. Have a good weekend.